What's good? 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 Welcome back to Boss Talks Podcast. Y'all know on this show anything goes. Damn, click every time. Bam. I just hope one day I'm not on here and what's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? And then clean my ring so hard on this thing that it just shatters. Like that's just gonna be but what's good with it, y'all? Man, I had a stand, a little phone stand. I honestly think my son, cause he likes messing with me. You feel me? Give me just a second, cause yeah, he likes to bother with stuff, mess with stuff, and uh, that's just what it is, I guess. I can tell him 50 times, leave my stuff alone. Leave my stuff alone. Leave my stuff alone. But he'll still mess with it. See, let me do that. See if that'll work. So day 4 of Ozone's trial. Before lunch, it's possible. It's very possible. Honestly, if I was the judge, I would choose for it to be after lunch. You know. And y'all, this morning, you know, I've been actually talking about this with a few different people. And, I talked about it today. About how serious, of course, how serious this whole situation is. And, for those that have been around since I've been speaking about this from like day one, y'all know, not even necessarily just my theory, which yeah, there is a theory added with it, but just the fact that of a second cop being there, right? Earlier today, shit blew my fucking mind. The other attorney, when they had that one guy that just, thinks he's so special, he's like, oh yeah, I train these cops and I do this and I do that, right? I do these martial arts. And it's like, bitch, you will get your ass whooped. I can look at you and tell you're a bitch. The guy that blinking, like just kept blinking, that guy. But they was playing the video and they paused the video right where it shows that second cop. Like throughout the video, I was noticing, I'm like, man, I think they edited the video to make that side of the car super dark. Because I was noticing, bro, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it on that clip. But then boom, they pause it right on the point where, where I be speaking on. Which I know a lot of y'all on here too believe, or not just believe, y'all seen the second cop too. And it's not no glitch or nothing like that. Like when you look at it, you first slow it down to find out where the fuck that second cop is. And then when you fucking play it in full speed and you still look in that area over to the right of the screen, you'll actually see the movement of that cop. Him walking It's real fast, but it was edited, straight up fucking edited, so that we wouldn't see more of that, because they knew if they knew that they wouldn't be able to pin it on Ozone, that it would be a we don't know who did it type shit, you know? Because like I said, my theory is, since I know there was 2 cops there, since I know that, if Ozone was to have done what they're accusing him of, that other cop, why wouldn't he open fire on him? Why was there only apparently one shot? So yeah, let me share this, because Ozone is on. I mean, come on, motherfucker.
Pick up your breathing, but
I'm good right here.
get close. Thank you.
And also, where did you grow up?
I was born in Gainesville. Later, I moved to Daytona Beach, Volusia County.
I wanted him to
Then
do
I
this.
stayed in the land for a while and moved to Broward County. Then I moved back to Daytona.
And back on June 23rd of 2021, where were you living?
I was living in Daytona Beach,
And what was the address?
133 Kingston.
Now, were you working at that time?
Yes, I was.
Where were you working?
At the McDonald's off of Bevel Road in Daytona Beach.
And back on June 23rd of 2021, did you work that day?
Yes, I did.
And what were your hours that day?
I was to open, so I went in about a little after 4:30 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, and got off shortly after 3:30, between 3 and 4.
And after you got off work, what did you do?
I drove home as I always do.
And then did you stay at home the rest of the night, or what did you do?
Well, when I got home, I took a shower. I had to go see my other kids. I have 4 kids that reside in the Volusia County area. 2 that were where I was living, and 2 lived with them. My other kid's mom lived over in Deltona, so I had to go to see them in Deltona. And I was just trying to split the time, share my time with all my kids.
And I probably should ask you, who all lived with you at 133 Kingston Ave?
My 2 daughters, should I say their name?
You don't have to.
My 2 daughters and my girlfriend at the time, Taisha.
And how long were you out seeing your other children?
I had left after I took a shower, so it was after like 4:30 or 5 maybe, and then I didn't come back until like a little after 8:30.
All right, and you've seen everything that, the video and everything, and obviously you were there, but, when you got home, back to your apartment, what were you doing in your vehicle?
I was just sitting in my vehicle. I was listening to music. I had taken a phone call, and I just went back to listening to music and just relaxing and smoking my cigar.
Were you ever aware of a vehicle pulling into the parking lot area?
I noticed lights because I was just sitting there, and it was really dim in the parking lot in the back at that time. So I was just sitting there, and I noticed the lights, and I didn't notice the vehicle just about until it was in front of me, like in front of my car.
Would it be safe to say you were preoccupied with what you were doing?
Yeah, I was just minding my business. I was minding.
And at some point, did you notice Jason Rayner walking towards your vehicle?
I noticed the individual with a flashlight. I didn't know it was Jason Rayner, but I did notice the flashlight, and it startled me a bit, and I was kind of like nervous and just caught off guard. So I was looked up to see what was going on.
And when you noticed the flashlight, where was it shining?
It was directly in my face. I was just about blinded from it.
From the time that you noticed the flashlight in your face to the time that Jason Rayner was at your vehicle, approximately how long did that take?
It was quick, like within seconds, almost I would say just about immediately.
And as Jason Rayner approached, what were you doing in your vehicle?
I had already opened my door because I was prepared to get out the car as I usually do to go in the house. So I was just gathering all my things that I basically had stuff on my lap, and I was just kind of collecting, overseeing the car before I get out, and just getting ready to go in the house. I already had the door open. So,
And so you had one leg out and you were starting to stand up, is that what you're saying?
yeah, I was in the motion of getting out of the car.
All right, and as you were getting out, did you see Jason Rayner in close proximity to you at that time?
Yeah, as I was getting out, by the time I made it to stand up, he was like just about he was like in the car door, in the area of the car door, and making his way in between like the opening of the car.
Man, I hope he says there was a second cop. Oh my God.
And at that point, how did you feel when he was standing in that area, I guess?
Like I said, I was already like nervous and kind of surprised, a little shaken up because I didn't know who it was, and I'm not, used to nobody approaching me back there. So I was nervous and confused, a little like, caught off guard.
And how tall are you?
5'7".
And was Jason Rayner taller than you?
About 4 or 5 inches, yes, sir.
Now, when Jason Rayner was standing, I guess, between the car door and the car, did you feel at that time you were free to leave?
No, sir. It wasn't even space for me to leave at all.
But is that the only reason you didn't feel like you could leave is because of the space, or
No, I
anything
mean,
else?
I was shocked, and I realized like, he's right there, so I couldn't move. I was locked in, and I was kind of like, going off and.
Yo, I'm not
what's going on
understanding.
with
Y'all,
this
there was
situation.
a second cop, y'all.
Did you
In
ever
the picture.
try to leave?
What the fuck?
I did. When I stood up, I attempted to like, kind of
Or was it a
around,
ghost?
but he was right there so close, I couldn't go anywhere. So that's at that point. Can I go back a little bit, kind of in the past? Okay, I went to I'm a licensed security guard in the state of Florida, so I had to take.
Sustained.
Just why? I mean, I'd asked you about whether or not you felt you could leave, or why you tried to leave.
Okay, well, I couldn't leave. He was standing in the doorway.
Okay. And how many times did you try to leave during this incident?
I made 3 efforts to walk away, and it happens very fast. But and I'll try to explain. But I made 3 efforts, and that I can remember.
And did you ever find out as to why you were put in between your car door and your car and unable to leave?
Now, I never got an answer as to why I wasn't able to leave.
And as far as Jason Rayner's actions, was he asking you questions, or what was going on?
I recall him saying something to the effect of, "Hey, how's it going? Do you live here?" And I was just like, "What's going on?"
Was it really dark at that time, or was it just becoming dark?
It was newly becoming dark.
Right, and while you're put in between your car and the door, what was going through your mind?
Like I said, I was already confused and caught off guard by the unsuspected presence of him in between my door, way like all of a sudden. So I was beginning to get scared, and it like immediately he began to like put his arms on me and stuff. So I didn't know what was going on. I didn't have an answer to my question, so I was confused as to like what's taking place in this situation here.
Why didn't you just sit down as you were instructed?
I didn't know what was going on, and I wanted to know what was going on, but I also do know my rights, so I felt that I had the freedom to leave.
And why didn't you just tell him that you live there?
I asked him a question to try to figure out what was it, try to get some insight of the context of what's going on, and I thought that it was a fair question, being he's the law enforcement officer. So upon approach, I just asked what's going on. I never got an answer, but I just asked what's going on. I mean,
Was there ever any conversation between the two of you?
not. Besides my question and his demands, that was it.
And at what point did everything escalate?
It began to escalate at the point of when he started to put he had his hand on my shoulder, as you can see in the video, and when I made like an effort to kind of like shimmy my way between the space that I had to move and like where he had his hand, he put his other hand on my hand. That's when, like I say, I don't want to go into it, but I want to be able to explain why I held my forearm out. And that's something I learned in security school, is when you want to make distance with somebody or create a space to move, if like anybody have ever seen like celebrities walking through a crowd of people, they have bodyguards and they kind of walk through with their forearm out, not in like a way to like hit anybody or cause force, but if you bump into the forearm, it's a safe barrier to kind of create that space. So that's what I attempted to do when I just kind of like held my forearm out to get. If you look on the video, the door is open and he's standing there. So if I can hold my forearm out, I can create a space where I can maneuver, because I don't want to become physical with him. I'm just trying to kind of make my way out of this small space that I found myself in.
And at that point, were you fearful at all?
I was most definitely fearful because I didn't know what was going on. I hadn't had answers to my questions, and I was just trying to see like what's going to happen here. I never ever in my life been in that situation, and that was kind of like one of my worst fears, is being in a situation like that in the dark with no witnesses, nobody to see what's going on, and nothing to like really bring any awareness to the situation.
Your Honor, we're going to play the video, and I was going to ask if the court would allow for Mr. Wallace to come down here.
I guess that second cop was a ghost.
Is your plan?
It's 12, I think. 12.
So I don't understand. That motherfucker is there
real time
before.
video, Your Honor.
I done broke it down and everything. I thought he would have said there was a second cop there. That shit would have blew the case up.
How's it going? Do you live here?
There's a second cop right there with this
Do you live here?
flashlight.
What's going on?
Sit down. Sit.
Sir.
Can you sit down? I'll talk to you. Stop.
Okay, no, come on now.
Sit.
Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why are you asking me to live here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on though?
Charlie 777.
Nah, back up.
Stop, man.
If we could back it up. Okay, right here's a good spot. At this point here, you testified earlier that the light was in your eye.
Yes.
What's going on right here?
All right, in this particular situation is when I noticed the light, and I'm a little confused. Like I said, I'm not used to people coming up to me at this time of night, and I was kind of just like caught off guard and a bit like shaken up, so I'm starting to be aware that his presence is garnering some type of emotion that would make me feel kind of scared. Like I was like,
Can we go to the point where the door is open?
Bring up the fucking second cop. Shit. I swear that would help his case. I know I'm not dumb. There's too many people that have seen this with me.
At this point right here, explain, I guess, where you are in relation to Mr. Rayner, because obviously we can't see him.
This shit's crazy.
just imagine like the hood of the car and the door in the driver's seat. At this
That
point,
shit
I
would
just
help so much.
stood up. So getting out of the car, you automatically turn sideways. It's like a normal motion. So as I'm getting up, I'm turned sideways. And he's basically right here. And that's when you can see his arm on my shoulder. And my hand, like, when I'm getting out of the car, my phone was on my lap, so it's kind of sliding down. And I'm always aware. I've cracked many phones by just standing up. So I always like kind of grab whatever's in my lap. And that's what I was doing. And in the picture, that's how I shifted my phone over.
And you said that his hand was on it. Was that just a soft touch, or was it a forceful touch, or what was going on?
this initial touch is what stopped my first effort to walk away. This is the first. If you see right here, I can't really see, the screen is big. Can I take this step?
Yeah.
Okay, so the screen is kind of big, so at this point you can see, if you go back, you can see where my shoulders shifts. So I can't, now I realize I don't have my freedom to walk away right here.
And that,
Sir,
Can you sit down on?
that's what I was going to ask you. At that point, did you feel as though you were free to walk away?
No, I knew I wasn't, because the only way to walk away was basically like go through him or go some way around him.
Can you go a little further?
come on, now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why are you asking me to do all
It's
that?
true.
Hey, wait, we can't talk
came
while
from
the
the
video's
back.
playing. And we can't both talk at the same time, okay? Only one thing at a time.
Let me ask the question. Go back just a little ways. Right there. All right. And if you were unable to, in your mind, leave when there was one hand on your shoulder, how did you feel when the second hand was placed on your other shoulder?
If further my fear of what might take place between me and the individual at the time. If you look, he's holding my shoulder, like pushing me, basically pushing me, and then he shifted me back towards the way, which would kind of, if I took a seat, I would sit directly on the driver's seat. So that's kind of what's taking place in
Move forward.
this frame.
Tell me, do I live here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on, though?
Radios.
777.
Nah, back up.
Stop.
Now, at that point, you hear him radio, you go to his radio, takes his left arm off you, and that's when you bring up your left forearm. And why at that point did you make a more conservative?
Because for various amount of reasons, I hadn't had any answers to any of my questions. I'm scared as I can possibly be. There's no witnesses, so now I'm thinking that he's gonna call somebody else. So I don't know. I didn't do anything. I wasn't, breaking the laws. I hadn't sitting there minding my business. So now it seems like there's a lot more people to come assist him with whatever he finna do to me, and I don't know what's going on. Nobody has answered any of my questions. I'm 10 feet away from going into my apartment. I don't know what's going on, so that was my effort to be like, okay, now I have to become a little more assertive in my effort to walk away, and that's when I held my forearm out and just kind of try to make more
All
space.
right, go up till it gets dark, so you can't see.
Stop.
Okay, now at this point, you really can't see what's going on from the video, right? How close were you and Jason Rayner at that point?
We was just about chest to chest, because he was pulling me towards him, and like we was kind of shifting and like kind of spinning around. It was basically if you grab somebody and you have a lock grip on them and you kind of shifting around, the space is so small, like there's nowhere really for us to go, so we just about chest to chest.
All right. Did you continue to try to get away from him?
I was pulling away as I'm like trying. I'm not in like I'm not trying to get any closer. I'm pulling away the whole time. I'm trying to like pull away, but he got me by both hands just about. And
Yo, I'm nervous.
Like so close to him.
And that was going to ask, did he still have you with both of his hands?
Yeah.
I really hope he
And
doesn't
then
say
at
that
some point,
he even
were you
tried.
able to get away from his
I don't believe
his
it.
right hand?
Yes, I was.
And
Don't
how
want
did
to.
that happen?
Well, he like either lost. I'm not sure if he lost grip or just moved his hand. But when his hand did move, so like imagine this is my shoulder, and like it's a pulling motion. So when his hand did move, he started to make movements
Could
towards
be.
his waistband.
I just hope the attorneys say, well, what is this? Who is this?
Let's go back a little. As you were trying to walk away
I got it.
just before it gets dark,
Dude.
where did he leave you?
Just bring
My
it up.
shoulder and my arm.
God, it would help.
And when you say, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but now at this point he
Make the
his hand was on my
mistrial
shoulder,
happen.
but his grip is on my shirt at the shoulder portion of my shirt. So,
Was he pulling on your shirt?
yes. Now in this frame, if I would have been able to walk away, it would have been like a motion like this. Like I can't really do it because I got a suit on, but it would have been more of a yoking type of motion. It would have been more. My head would have like been taken back by that motion.
Now, when we get forward again where it's dark, once he was released, when his right arm let go of you, what maneuver or what motion did you make at that point to try to get away?
So his right arm came off of me, but this my shoulder. So if you reverse this position, it would if you reverse it, it would be like this. So when he dropped his right arm, I kind of like tried to make an effort to duck under it, because if I could have got his right arm to go over my head, I would have been able to put him behind me, and then I would have created like that space of freedom to get away from him or whatever was going on.
And then, did you notice anything when you ducked down to go under his arm?
Right. When I ducked down, he kind of like shaking his elbow and was making a reaching motion towards his waistband. And that's, at that point, I was like, something, this is not gonna go right for me. And I started like basically, like, there was a deep sense of fear that my most, the thing that I feared the most was probably gonna happen to me right there.
So how, you said you saw his hand go towards his waistband?
Yes.
All right, and in response to that and your fear, what did you do?
That's when I like made an effort to get around, but when he moved, he still had, I can't really do it without extra body, but it's hard to. So his arm on me, right?
You seriously gonna come comment that shit in my motherfucking comments?
I'm trying to get under it. But his elbow goes like this, so I can't. But when I'm doing it, his right arm is.
Get your ass off my page.
When he makes that motion, that's when I drew my right arm and I couldn't get under his arm, and I kind of ducked. When I ducked and I fired, the gun went off at like right at my ear, and that's when like he was in like a movement type of motion, and he fell backwards, and I like stumbled back as he lost his grip on my shoulder.
All right, and then.
Stop, man.
Okay, and you hear you say something at the end. Do you recall what you said?
I was in like a state of adrenaline, so I was basically like I think I said something like get the fuck back or something like that.
Okay. All right, you can sit back down. Yeah, we'll go back. Need it back through? Now, we've all seen those Instagram posts that came out in early June. Were they a part of your Instagram account?
Yes, it was.
And there's the one that references pig's blood. And you make reference to Minnie. What was that in response to?
The pig's blood statement was.
Wait, JB, that was you?
Probably the
All worn
stupidest
out?
decision I ever could have made when it comes to me venting to things I was frustrated about. But at the time, it was a lot going on in our country. People, was getting killed, and it was unfortunate. Lots of unfortunate situations taking place. And I'm not sure if many of the jurors are familiar with social media, but I'm kind of one of those people that wear my heart on my sleeve when it comes to expressing myself on the internet. So a lot of times I get on there and just say stuff like meaninglessly, or just I'm one of those people that's quick to make comments about things. Whether it's true or not, I just cast my opinion. So that was kind of basically what was going on. But it was just a reflection of, you know, what I was feeling and going through at the moment about what was taking place all over the country with these unfortunate incidents.
Can I get you to stop there? Disengage the computer from the screens.
Yeah, push the button. There we go.
You Proceed.
All right, what about the post with, regarding Johnny Bolton? What was this about?
The situation with Johnny Bolton is a guy that was killed by a SWAT team in Cobb County, Georgia. No, not warrant. And I felt really bad for the incident that took place. And like I say, you know, I made a bunch of comments online.
Y'all, please
things taking place in the country.
comment, please.
That was one of those
Anybody on
comments
here?
that I had made just out of frustration.
Did I hear
for what
him
took
say
place.
that
I was
fired it?
feeling, you know, much compassion and sentiment that his
I had a-
family was expressing.
That's why I left,
And
because I had to
was
take
just
my
saying
phone
stuff,
and
you know,
replay it
just
and
making-
replay it.
making my frustrations known in
Is it,
whatever way.
bro?
Were these posts in any way a manifesto for you? You know, like, this is what I'm gonna carry out, this is what I'm gonna do?
Need like 5
It was
people.
Just, it was just
tell me
things
what
I
y'all
said out
heard.
of frustration because I'm just overly expressive sometimes.
If you could, would you have deleted those posts?
Yeah, but unfortunately I couldn't. I wasn't able to delete them. I do that often when I regret saying things or realize how stupid it was. I just delete it. It happens. You know?
Was it ever your desire to have a run-in with law enforcement?
No, sir. No, sir.
Black.
What, you know, and again, you kind of
If
explained,
you
but
can
what
get
were
like
these
your
posts?
wife's phone,
Why were they there?
that way you don't have to
Like I say, you
watch this live.
you
Go
there's
back.
other content. There's a lot of
Sound like
content
you
on
said,
my IG
I'm
page.
fired.
I'm one of those
And
people,
it's
like I
because
said,
of my
I'm very
ear.
expressive or overly expressive, and I get upset or whatever. So sometimes I vent about things online, go to Instagram. I wanna
So whose
make
gun did he
comments
shoot?
on,
Himself?
You know, whether you could call it trolling or not, or just, you know, an overly expressive person. But I'm kind of one of those people. So you'll find if you knew me or was on Instagram, it's my life, somebody else's life, or neighbors. I'm always just kind of just talking about things and just expressing my opinion. Just whether it's relevant or whether anybody can connect with it, I just do it. That's just something I do when I'm in my leisure time on social media. So I noticed I have a few young jurors, but I'm not sure if y'all use social media or understand the use of it. But a lot of people tend to get online and just freely express themselves, whether it's relevant, whether people can connect. It's just something.
Sustained.
Sorry.
You're good. You're good. Later on, after this incident, there was an audio post. When was that posted?
As in,
On June 23rd of 2021.
the post after the situation?
Yes.
Well, there was audio recording, and I was just, again, being overly expressive about my frustration at the situation I had just found myself in, and I was just frustrated, and I was really in a state of panic, and I was kind of still in that adrenaline state where I thought that this is over with. There's no way in the world that I'm gonna get my last message out, because I was driving and I was expecting something to happen, like a pit maneuver or my car to be, you know, stopped and shot up or something like that. So it was kind of a last ditch effort to get the message to anybody that was on my social media.
Okay. That night, were you hoping, or were you trying to make those posts a reality?
No, I was just sitting in my car, relaxing, minding my business.
And why did you pull your firearm?
Because in the moment there was no, I felt in that moment there was no other way I can get out of this situation. I'm in this situation with, I don't know what's going on, and I tried my hardest, and I gave a genuine effort to try to gain an understanding. And I said, you know, what's going on? And after I realized there's a situation outside of my control, you know, I just did what I could to survive the encounter, because I didn't know, you know, how it was going to end for me after I realized, you know, him going for his waistband.
And why was the firearm in your pocket?
Well, when I leave in the morning for work, I get up early, so I always get up and put my firearm. It has a sleeve holster, and I put it in the glove compartment of my car. So as I said before, I was already getting out of my car, and that's one of the first things I grabbed to make sure that I don't forget it in the vehicle. So I grabbed it and I put it in my pocket, and as I was getting ready to get out the car, it was already in my pocket.
There's more than 29 seconds.
And
Showed that.
I guess in your mind, how certain were you that you had to react the way you did?
There was nothing else I could do. I was backed in the corner. I tried to leave. I tried my hardest to get an understanding. You know, I seen him reaching for his, waistband where I know that there's, multiple amounts of weapons that could be used to cause, me harm or death. And being in this situation, I'm not sure how people, how other people would react. But in my perception, I felt that this was the only option I have after I had tried everything else. There was no other effort that I could have put into walking away safely. And that was the best thing I could have did to preserve, my being.
1 second, Aaron.
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't have anything else at this time.
Folks, I understand this is a lunch hour, but I think I'd like to keep going. Does anyone need to eat a snack before we keep going or use the restroom? State cross-examination.
This is crazy. Fuck.
Yes.
I have counsel sidebar just there quickly.
See what they had said earlier. They said that, and I didn't even know they even had something like this on a holster, a gun holster. But apparently, their gun holster has like I guess you can call it like an alarm. Once it's pulled out, the body cam or whatever is supposed to turn on. Even though I feel like the body cam should already be turned on, but it also like triggers something like an alarm. Like it's not like an alarm where it just beep beep, but it documents as soon as you pull your gun out, right? Even if you was to just pull your shit out just a little bit, you hear that click? That's all the way out. So that's just barely out, but once it's clicked in, see, I'm not really pulling hard, but it's in there, right? So if it's just barely pulled out, they said it's gonna trigger the alarm. It's gonna document that it was pulled out. They said that his gun was never pulled out too, which I'm trying to sit here and think because. Of course, I'm sure that they had their reasoning of speaking on that. Like, he didn't even go for his firearm or pull his firearm out to have been, so, which, yeah, Ozone for sure. I would have, bro, when I get pulled over or anything like that, my heart goes into my stomach. Because I don't give a fuck if I'm good, if I know everything is good, like I'm not doing nothing wrong. Because we've seen too many times where people weren't doing shit wrong, cooperating, and they still got some crazy
I already
shit
ruled
done
in the
to them.
marijuana issue, so that no need to repeat that.
For him
What is
to
the
be
next
feeling
offer that you
afraid
had at the
in that
sidebar?
situation is yeah,
I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Mr.
and
Wallace indicated he's never been in
with
this
him
position
reaching
before,
for his
never been in a
gun.
situation late at night with an officer by himself. There's 17, I said 14, it's 17 other interactions with law enforcement where he
all
either
worn out.
received
Get
notice
the
to appear
fuck on out
or
of
was
here.
arrested, Judge.
For real.
Yes, sir.
And it don't matter what the fuck he was found with. Motherfucker. So is it illegal to have guns and body armor? Dumbass? No, it's not. Motherfucking South.
Not that he's never had any interaction with law enforcement in the past. It's all about that. I've never had an incident where something like that had happened and he felt his life was in danger. And like I said, we can reach him on if he's ever been a convicted felon into all these other acts as improper character evidence and without any motion, the Williams rule, and it's
Oh no,
Judge, the state normally
he's
wouldn't
blocked.
file a Williams
That
rule. We don't know if the
blocked.
defendant's
I
going
see
to testify. And once
could
they
have been
open the
timed
door,
out,
it's fair
but
game for
I
us
just
to
blocked his
address that
ass. We
situation.
having that bullshit over here.
His answer
I know
gives the
who it
inference that
is.
he's never had any sort of
The
interaction with
ghost
law
soldier
enforcement.
bitch.
That is misleading to the jury. However, to get into 17 specific instances would be overly prejudicial. So unless you can call back your question, I'm not really sure.
I can ask if he's had interaction with law enforcement and he knows how to behave with law enforcement. He's had times where he's been with them and he's behaved appropriately.
Well, that's an open-ended question, which I know he probably doesn't know how to answer that based upon what the limitations are for impeachment. The standard rule for impeachment is, have you ever been convicted of a felony? Have you been convicted of a crime involving the making a false statement or dishonesty? That's normal impeachment. His state of mind is at issue, and he claims that at the time, he'd never been in that situation. So what would your question, proffer your question to me if I was Mr. Wallace?
Yes, sir. Judge, he made a specific statement. He's never been at night in a parking lot or somewhere dark where no one else has been around where law enforcement has interacted with him. There's at least 2 or 3 incidences where I would go into it where it was late at night, he was arrested by law enforcement, and everything was fine. And there was no issue. It was one officer who arrested him in that instance. He knows the facts better than I do, Judge. So I would just go into certain instances where you say that you've never been in a situation before with an officer late at night. That's incorrect, isn't that, sir? In fact,
I'm sorry, for you two be doing this dumb shit.
on this date at 1:30 in the morning, you were arrested by a law enforcement officer. It was dark at night.
Okay. No, I don't let you get into the part. He had interaction with law enforcement, that the interaction resulted in an amicable or a resolution to the case without resorting to the use of violence. But we're not going to use the words arrest. Certainly there's no convictions, so, and that just establishes the state of mind at the time.
Yes, sir.
Based upon his answer that he had never been in this situation before.
Yes, sir.
Okay? All right, so, and I don't want you to say the nature of the charge either.
I would not do that.
It's just an interaction
Yes, sir.
with law enforcement before and blah, blah, blah. Okay, anything else need to, while the jury's out?
I don't think so, Judge. I mean, if there's something close, I will obviously come sidebar before I do it.
Your Honor, I just ask that he limit his hand as the one he's going to talk about, not a statement. Maybe just doesn't play grades around for that.
I'm just organizing the different dates and night times.
I mean, I'll leave that alone, so bring the jury back.
Bro, this is fucking nerve fucking wrecking. I'm sure y'all feel the same fucking way. Fuck, this is crazy. Damn, bro.
Actually, hold that door. Counsel, I don't know, I got a note. I'm assuming it came from a juror. I don't even know who put this in. 73? 33. When we in the room, a lot of the jury discuss the case when we're not supposed to. Please make them understand we cannot do this.
Oh,
It's
no, they
proof
need to be
what
fined
happens.
or arrested.
You want me to do anything about it other than to instruct them again?
If they're talking about it, they could have said,
Okay.
oh, no.
Bring them in.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they could have literally, all it takes is someone to look at him and be like, I think he's guilty. And they'd be like, oh, I'm gonna choose what you choose. Or I think he's, you know what I'm saying? They fucking playing with, like, there shouldn't be no warnings. They should have gave them that warning at the fucking beginning when they picked him. Like, there's no talk. You will be whatever. This is dealing with someone. This is, boy.
You may be seated. Folks, I want to emphasize an instruction that I have given you because there are no There's no gray area to my ruling, okay? You are not to discuss this case at all. That means nothing when you go into the jury room until I allow you to do that. I trust that you will follow my instructions. And I'm banking on you that you will follow the rules. So please do not utter any words that relate to anything that happens in the courtroom while you're inside of the jury room, okay? Thank you. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Something became unplugged. You came back. All right, I'll tell you what, do me a favor. Just move it just back a little bit. And I really want you to stay at the podium, okay?
Yes, sir.
And if you can X out that whatever that is.
That's from Zoom itself.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wallace, when Officer Rayner, you keep referring to him as Jason Rayner, you knew he was an officer, right?
You know he was an officer, yes.
Speak up.
Yes, sir.
Right, so when he approached you, he was in his uniform, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, he had a shiny badge?
I didn't notice a shiny badge, but
Okay, I'm sorry.
maybe he had one, but I didn't notice it.
You knew he was a cop, well, a police officer, correct?
Yeah, at some point it became clear to me
Right.
that he was an officer.
Before, even hands-on or anything, you knew he was a police officer, sir.
Before he put his hands
Before he
on me,
put his hand on you and he stepped around the car and said, "How you doing? Do you live here?" As he approached you, you knew he was a law enforcement officer, didn't you, sir?
I was blinded by the light, so I wouldn't have been able to see him until he was in the doorway, and that's when it became
I'm gonna say I'm sorry. YouTube's on that fuck shit.
clear to me that this is a police officer.
Right. You saw the police car, though, in front of you, didn't you?
I did see the police car.
So policemen usually drive police cars, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it would be apparent to anybody that Officer Rayner was a police officer as he's approaching you, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that he asked you, "Do you live here?" And you didn't respond, did you, sir?
I did respond. I asked him what's going on.
Wait, you didn't respond with an answer, did you?
My answer was, I said, what's going on?
Is that how people respond to questions with other questions?
I'm not sure. I can't speak for anybody but myself.
Is that how you talk? So if someone asks you a question, you respond with a question and light on it?
And depending on who I'm talking to, and if I feel like, I should answer them without a question,
Motherfucker.
I would just give them an answer.
Right, so you didn't feel that to answer Officer Rayner, did you, sir?
I did feel like I should have to answer him, but the approach was it was a natural reaction to just say what's going on. It wasn't a matter of me being defiant towards him.
Isn't it true he asked you several times, "Do you live here?" And none of those times did you answer him, correct?
It is true that he asked me that, yes.
Right, and none of those times did you answer him.
No, I asked him what's going on. I answered him.
And you never said, "Hey, I just live right across the street there," right?
No, I didn't say that.
Right. So you were non-responsive to a law enforcement officer asking some questions, correct?
If you put it in that way, I didn't answer his question.
You were evasive. A better word?
No, I was not evasive. I was just simply asking them what's going on. That's what I would ask anybody. If they approached me suddenly, I would just ask them what's going on if I was a bit confused as to why they was in front of me.
So if anybody approached you, you'd respond that way. Not differently with the police officer?
Oh my god. So I guess every time someone fucking messages
No,
me.
I would just respond like that. If
That's
it
how.
could have been anybody, I could. What's going on? If you just suddenly walk up and you're immediately in my personal space bubble, I would ask you what's going on. Like, are you here to give me? Do you need to tell me a secret, or like what's the need for the close proximity? Is what I'm trying to find out.
Did you ever say, "What's the need for the close proximity"?
I asked him what's going on.
Oh my God.
It's been a more universal way of.
I'm about to delete Messenger off this
After
fucking
he asked you if you live there, correct?
Yes,
Multiple times, correct?
he did ask me that multiple times.
And he also asked you to sit in the car multiple times, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't listen to him, did you?
no,
Right. But
I didn't.
you know, you're a security officer, right? Or you went to a security class, you got
Yes.
training, correct?
Yes.
And as a security officer, you were trained, you learned that people are supposed to respond when a person of authority asks them to do something.
When I was a
They're trying to piss him off.
security officer,
He needs to just calm
The
down.
question is correct, yes or no? You took this class and you got trained as a security officer. You learned to respond when a person of authority, a law enforcement officer, a security officer, asks them to do something, correct?
yes, if it's reasonable,
So in your training, they taught you, you only have to listen to a police officer or a security officer if it's reasonable to the person who's hearing it? That's what you're telling us here?
hold on, ask me that one more time,
When you went through this training
right?
as a security officer,
Okay.
right? You learned that you're going to give commands to people, and there's an expectation that they would listen to those commands, correct?
Correct.
Right. Yet in this situation, after you received this training, you didn't listen. You didn't respond to the law enforcement officer, did you, sir?
I responded by asking him what is going on.
Right. But he asked you direct questions. You can understand that late at night, right, an officer sees someone in a parking lot and they're patrolling the area, that they might want to make sure that person lives there. You'd agree that's inappropriate for a law enforcement officer to do.
Nope.
Right?
Yes, I would agree.
I don't.
Any other,
Right, you live in that neighborhood, and if there's someone suspicious or someone who may not be there, you want the law enforcement officer to look into that and make a decision and see if that person belongs there, correct?
I would want them to do that if they don't live there.
Right, but how did Officer Rayner know you live there? You didn't.
I'm a regular resident of the place. I park there every
How
day.
did Officer Rayner, who asked you a direct question, do you live here? How did he know you live there?
He wouldn't have known if I lived there.
Right, because you wouldn't answer him, correct?
I didn't give him an answer as to where I lived. No, I didn't.
Right, because you were being evasive, right? You wouldn't answer any of his questions, correct?
It was not an intention to be invasive.
Okay. Well, when he asked you to sit down, that was evasive. You didn't sit down, did you, sir?
No, I didn't.
Right. In fact, you testified earlier under direct that you had no other option but to kill Officer Rayner that night, correct?
After there would have been a situation where I was pulled on, pushed on, and where I was back in between the cars and the gate, and then I seen him reaching for his waistband or whatever could have been on his waistband.
We'll get that in a minute, but you testified earlier that you had no other choice but to kill Officer Rayner that night, right?
And after everything else I had tried, that had become the only option that seemed to be.
Did you try turning around and sitting in the car?
Did I try to turn around and sit in the car?
As you asked you to do?
I tried to walk away.
Sir, that's not the question. You said you had no choices. Did you take yourself and sit yourself in the car when a law enforcement officer, who you said, from your training, you know you're supposed to listen to them, asked you to sit in the car?
Well, he was pulling me at that point, so I wouldn't have been able to sit down.
Sir, at that point, he has his hand on your shoulder and he's saying, sit, 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 right? He's not
Right.
pulling you at that point.
No,
you watched
not-
that video 50 times, correct?
More than that.
Right, and you would agree with me, at the point when he's asking you to sit, 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 he's only pushing you backwards actually to get you to sit down, correct?
Right, but I'm trying to walk away because
But you said you had no choice to do anything else.
after everything else I had to do, I tried to do, that had become that's what seemed to be the only option. But initially, are you asking me could I have sat down initially?
You certainly could have, couldn't you?
Yes.
And you didn't, did you?
No,
Right, and you could have listened to the officer and told him you lived there, couldn't you?
I could have.
Right, but you didn't, did you?
No, because I was trying to get an answer as to what was going on.
Because you wanted to be in control of the situation, sir, correct?
I wanted to know what was going on, most certainly.
You wanted to be in control. You didn't want Officer Rayner to be in control, did you?
It had nothing to do with my efforts of being in control. I just wanted to understand what I was dealing with.
Bro, if they come for me, it's a message to y'all, bro. I'm not gonna back down. Whose words are those?
Those are my words on Instagram.
Your words. About police officers, correct?
No, it's not about police officers.
Really?
Not that message is not pertaining specifically police officers. I was just,
Why don't we get into that then? You sat through the trial, correct?
I've been sitting.
Yes, sir. I'm going to show you what's in evidence as states 45. I'm just going to stand over here for a minute, okay?
Yes, sir.
So let's read. One day I will take great pride and honor in getting me some pig's blood on me. Were you talking about little piglets?
No,
Were you talking about farm animals?
not specifically farm animals.
You were talking about police officers, correct?
Not just people. Not like just. I'm just talking about people that don't see me as human.
What people do you refer to as pigs?
People who don't see me as human.
So you were going to get pig's blood on my hands and boots. If you can't feel the enemy following you now, I'm going to be healthy for you. I pray against my enemy and I wish death to all. Right? That's your words.
Yeah, but you didn't read it as it's.
Right? Well, let's go. But I want to go on. So if you remember, you had been texting with your friend, right? And your friend actually sent a screenshot of this to you and told you you shouldn't be saying that because you're going to get your account closed down, correct?
Oh, he said something to the effect of that, sir.
Yep. In fact, he says, love you. I love you getting banned. That means he's afraid your account's going to get banned by what you're saying, correct?
I'm assuming that's what he was intending.
When you had a conversation with him,
I said I'm assuming that's what he was getting at.
what did you take it to mean?
I just agreed and said I'm assuming that's what he was getting at.
Right, and you said, fuck these crackers and their power, I'm speaking to them. You didn't care, right?
I'm talking about the people of Instagram who have the power to shut down my Instagram.
Right,
That's what I'm
okay.
talking about.
And then you say, you're right, fam. That's why I've been not tagging my old tags. So you were avoiding tagging your old tags on your account, correct? Because you didn't want to get caught.
Caught doing what? I was
You said it. Why I've been not tagging my old tags.
right. Meaning
Right, so you've
saying
been tagging things that were antagonistic and anti-law enforcement, correct?
no. I've been tagging other things that may have been the reason why my Instagram got shut down. It had nothing to do with police officers in specific.
Well, let's talk about that. You say, I'm tagging my old tags, saying too much, bro. I want their blood, for what they've done in Minnie. June, they killed another brother. Who killed a brother in Minneapolis?
There's been various situations that
Who are you referring to?
you talking about. Okay, you have multiple situations.
Mr. Wallace.
Judge, Your Honor, let him answer.
I'm trying
Let me resolve
this way. I can't.
This statement right here was direct to police officers, correct?
No, sir.
Give me one other person in Minnesota who killed someone.
I can't do that. Is over 2 years ago, and can I answer? I made many comments on Instagram about things happening all over the country. I can't say specifically if that message was intended to direct at police officers because it was so much stuff. I commented on a lot of stuff all the time, and I just don't remember specific that being a direct at police officers. So no, I can't agree with you on that.
So, as you sit here today, you're telling this jury that this wasn't in reference to police officers.
No, sir.
And when you say, I hate that, you're just saying, I hate anyone who
I'm talking about.
kills people.
I'm talking about the people. I'm replying to multiple things going on in the text, going on in the chat. If you give me a chance to explain, he writes multiple times, and I'm commenting multiple times. We're having basically a twofold conversation in one chat, and that happens on social media, which when you talking to people. So, and I could have been talking about when I say I hate them, I'm talking about the people that be shutting down my page.
That's not what it says. If you read the context of it, sir, it says, but I feel it 100%. And then you say, fuck these crackers and the power I'm speaking to them.
Yeah, but he also said something about me getting banned.
Is Instagram a bunch of crackers?
I'm not sure if it is, but
You refer to that as law enforcement officers, correct?
no, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Well, you refer to law enforcement as pigs, don't you?
No, sir.
In fact, after you killed Officer Rayner or shot him, you went on Instagram and you posted that I'm not going to let these pigs do anything to me, correct? Say it to them.
I said, yes, I did refer to as pigs, but when I say the word pigs, I'm not specifically always talking about police officers.
Who else are you talking about?
I'm talking about people who don't see me as human.
Okay, so when you shot Officer Rayner, you referred to him as a pig, and all the other people as pigs, the officers, correct?
No, not just when I said it again. I'm referring to people who don't see me as human.
Sure. And then you go on and say, I hope they're listening. Fuck them, brother. You just don't know how close I am, bro. Right?
Yeah, I'm talking again. I'm having a twofold conversation about the people who have the power to shut down pages at Instagram.
No, this is about you harming a law enforcement officer because it's in response to pigs and the blood, right? Isn't that correct, sir?
I'm having a twofold conversation in the chat.
Where's the twofold? Yes, sir.
I'm having a twofold conversation in him about but I'm talking about the people who run Instagram. And if you understand how I conversate, that happens with me a lot of times because I'm very expressive when it comes to comments and making, things on Instagram. So that's kind of what's going on in that.
So in this entire conversation, I don't see your alternate conversation.
You don't see where you're talking about me getting banned from Instagram?
Right. If you read it, it progresses. You were going to get banned because you were posting about killing police officers. And he said, you better watch out. We need you to be out there, bro. We still need you to be around. And then you say, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm going to post what I want to post.
It's not true.
Okay. And then further on your post, you say, I hope they're listening, meaning the police, because who else is going to be listening to you?
I want to ask you, do you know if the police have an Instagram account that they specifically watch my page?
I have no idea, sir.
So how could they be?
Well, why would you write that?
Because Instagram monitors, and I'm frustrated with them. So I'm just referring to them specifically.
So when you say, I hope they're listening, fucking brother, you just don't know how close I am. What, are you close to canceling your Instagram account?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm just
So
frustrated by.
So when you say, bro, if they come for me, it's a message to y'all, I'm not going to back down. So if they take your stuff down, that's you're going to cancel your Instagram account?
I'm not. You talking about specifically that? Again, I'm having a twofold conversation. This is over 2.5 years ago when this took place. So when you read the comment, I'm trying to understand the exact context we was having. Right? So read it one more time so I can understand which comment you're talking about.
Bro, if they come for me, it's a message to y'all, bro. Oh, yes, sir.
His attorneys probably wanted him to go up there. I still think they should have stuck with the fucking second cop situation. That's just me, though. Swear to God, it would have helped. That would have fucked people up.
So when you said, bro, if they come for me, it's a message to y'all, bro, I'm not going to back down. That was from Instagram?
Was it from Instagram?
So you weren't going to back down from Instagram? Is that what you're saying?
I was gonna be consistent with continuing to start more accounts. I'm not gonna give up because they cut one account.
Okay. Let's talk about that night.
That was a smart answer. That was smart.
You were possessing a firearm, correct?
I'm not saying he was lying. I'm just saying, like, even if he was, that was smart. That was
At
smart.
the time, I had already applied for concealed weapons.
Did you have one at the time of this incident?
No, I didn't.
That's the answer then, thank you. So you were actually not lawfully in possession of that firearm at the time, were you, sir?
It was most definitely mine. I had bought it from a store, and
Were you allowed to possess a concealed firearm?
was I allowed to conceal the firearm that I possessed?
And possess it on your body?
Objection, Your Honor, that goes beyond his scope. He's asking for a legal question.
He went to security school and was trained. Wait. Yes, sir. You went to security school, right?
Yes.
You learned when you can carry a concealed firearm, didn't you, sir?
Yes.
In fact, you were applying for a concealed weapons permit, correct?
I had already applied.
So you went through the process, right?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't have a concealed weapons permit at the time you had that firearm secreted or secreted on your side, correct?
No, I didn't. I didn't have one, but I had assumed that my application had been approved because I already had my license.
You assumed it had approved. You had a license from the state of Florida, a concealed
be a-
weapons permit license?
I had a security license.
That's not my question. Did you have a concealed weapons permit license?
No, I didn't.
Right. You knew that you couldn't possess that gun, didn't you, sir?
Again, if you let me answer, I was going to answer that in my previous question. I had assumed that my application had been approved because these licenses, these types of licenses backpack on one another. If you don't have any felonies and you're legally able to possess a gun and you apply for a carry consent G class, then you would normally get, once you get approved for one, the motion of getting approved for others just smoothly like happens. It's not nothing that will prevent you, because once you're deemed able to be a security guard, then you basically meet the other qualifications. And I had assumed
Fucked up
that
thing
I
is,
did already meet those
the
qualifications.
judge has no
So, yes.
control of all this, really, even though he can say
Without any
shit.
notification from the state of Florida,
The jury. So,
without any paperwork back,
ah,
knowing you filled it out, which said you have to wait for you to get a license, you just made an assumption that you can carry a concealed firearm?
Yes, I did.
Even though you went through all that training with your security class?
Again, I had made the assumption because I had known the
That's not my
previous
question.
steps of
You
what was
were trained in security class when you could actually possess the firearm. You had a concealed weapons permit, correct?
Yes.
Right. You didn't have it.
No.
And you knew what the law was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When Officer Rayner approached you, did you say, I have a gun on me, be careful, here it is, officer, I don't want to cause any concerns?
I never got to answer or conversate with him too much beyond asking my question, and I didn't understand why I didn't get an answer. So
Right. Because you didn't answer him.
no, I didn't give him an answer until if I lived there. I asked him what was going on. It wasn't even an effort to pull power. It was just a natural reaction to somebody coming up to me, ask what happened.
Sure. Let's talk about your training. You have extensive training with firearms, don't you, sir?
Yeah, I did.
You're very proficient with them, you'd agree, right?
Yes, see,
You fired them more than 100 times in your life, right?
yes, I have.
At least maybe 1,000, right?
I wouldn't say just up to 1,000, but I've fired.
And you possessed firearms around other people before, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you know how dangerous they are, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
And you know how dangerous they are, correct?
yes,
Right. And you know you only pull them, and you receive that training in your security class if your life is in danger, right? Is that a yes?
yes. I'm sorry, my bad.
Right?
Yes.
And in this case, your life wasn't in danger, was it, sir?
Yes, it was.
What danger?
Mr. Rayner had me back between my
When you
car.
call it, you mean Officer Rayner, right?
Officer Rayner,
Right, okay. So Officer Rayner, go ahead.
when he had me in between my car, the door, my car, and the car backed up, I had already tried to leave. He had begun to grab me by the back of my shirt, and I was restricted from everything I was trying to do to prevent any physical encounter or misunderstanding between me and him. And I seen him reaching. I began to be in fear that my life would be taken. And this was already my worst fear in the world, in my life.
Sure, but let's break that down. So you said it once again. He had you blocked in, right?
Yes,
And all you had to do was sit down, right?
I could have sat down.
But you didn't, did you?
No,
Right, you didn't comply with it.
because I wanted to walk away.
I understand you wanted to walk away, but you could have complied and not got to a point with having used deadly force, correct?
I could have sat down.
Right, and complied, right?
Yeah,
Right. You'd agree with me, right?
yes.
Right. So this whole situation would have been diffused if you had just listened to the law enforcement officer there, correct?
But I was already
That's
in
not
the,
my question. It could have been diffused if you listened to the law enforcement officer, isn't that correct?
he had already been touching me, so diffusing.
Sir, that's not my question. You said that you had to use deadly force because he's reaching for his weapon, and that only happens because you escalate the situation getting past him. If you had just sat in your car, this would have never happened. You would agree, correct?
I wouldn't say it would never happen because I don't know what was on his mind.
Okay. you had sat in your car, you would agree with me that Officer Rayner was not going to pull out a gun.
He still could have attacked Ozone in the car,
You would
dumbass.
agree that you had sat in your car and listened to Officer Rayner.
Stupid fuck.
There was no threat upon you at that point, correct?
I wouldn't have perceived any threat.
Correct. Let's talk about this. You're talking about that you have to do this and Officer Rayner grabs you. Isn't it in fact true? Let's go back and watch it. Let's go frame by frame.
Scoot over a little bit.
How's it going? Do you live here?
How's it going? Do you live here? He asked you two easy questions, right? Didn't respond, right? Let's hear what you say.
Live here?
What's going on?
Sit down. Sit.
Let's look at this picture right here. You testified with your attorney that this was a Swisher Sweet, right?
Yes.
Okay. You can see that it looks like a joint too, correct?
I know what it is, but I don't know what you can perceive it as. But it was a Swisher.
Aren't Swisher Sweets a much bigger cigarette style?
It's a cigar, and I'm at the end of it, the end of a cigar. So it's,
You would agree that people smoke marijuana in Swisher Sweets, correct?
I don't know what people smoke their marijuana out of. But
Are
I
you saying
smoke. I smoke cigars.
So you don't smoke marijuana?
No, I have before, but I wasn't smoking marijuana specifically. But I have smoked marijuana before.
If you were smoking marijuana at that point, that would provide Officer Rayner an opportunity to arrest you. Right?
Your Honor, again, it calls for a legal conclusion.
It goes for whether or not he thought the officer could have arrested him.
This shit's bullshit.
Ask me the question again, sir.
I don't even see no blunt.
Marijuana cigarette.
Besides that rapper they
Officer
showed.
Rayner could have arrested you?
If it was a marijuana cigarette,
That's the question.
I don't know what he could have done if you know I don't know what he could
You
have
know
done.
that's a crime to smoke marijuana?
Am I aware of it? Yeah, I know it's illegal in some places because at this point people have license for it. It's legal and medical marijuana is legal. I'm not sure.
Do you have a medical marijuana card?
No, I don't.
Okay, so it wouldn't be legal for you, right?
No, but I wasn't smoking marijuana.
Okay. So you're saying this is the end of your cigar?
That's the butt end of my cigar because it's
Why are you trying to conceal it when Officer Rayner comes up there?
it's visibly out. I didn't try to conceal nothing.
Let's watch and look at your phone.
How's it going? Do you live here?
What's me in that
Do
second
you live here?
What's going on?
So let's just go a little frame by frame. You see it right there in your hand initially? You see you're pulling your phone?
My phone was sliding on my lap.
I understand what I'm saying, sir, but you see you're putting your phone and it seems like you're concealing?
I didn't. It wasn't. I didn't conceal. And I just was dropping my hands.
Okay. So in this instance, Officer Rayner has his arm on you, correct? And he's just asking you.
They're pointing out that they can see that blunt. They can see that other motherfucking car. Damn.
He's not grasping you here, right? He's just.
Oh my god, they need to fucking say something.
They've been carrying on about that. You can watch
It's
the
just
video.
pissing me the fuck off.
One was there.
I'm not dumb. I'm not. I know I'm
You
not.
would agree right here,
shit.
he's not grabbing you, he's just pushing you to make distance, right?
There was no way to make distance. I was just standing up.
There was no way to make distance because you were approaching toward the law enforcement
I
officer.
was just standing up on my car.
Okay, but then he said, sit with this light little tap, and you didn't sit, right?
No, I didn't. I just continued to stand.
Yes, sir. You never met Officer Rayner before, correct?
I didn't even know who he was.
Right. No interaction with him before?
No, sir.
You know how to act with a law enforcement officer, though, correct?
Yes.
And you know that if there's something that they do illegal, the place to challenge it is in the court system, correct?
Did I know that law?
Based on your security training.
They don't teach you that law in security training. I don't get police training in security training. They give me security training to be a security officer, not necessarily police officer. We don't learn the statutes of how police conduct themselves.
So, as you sit here today, you didn't know that you can fight in court? If there's something the officer does that you think is wrong?
I know that you can make complaints and you can file a civil claim, but I didn't, to this degree, there was nothing.
Let's talk about this body camera. I'm sorry.
There was nothing I would have done to, I mean, there was nothing I would have been thinking about. And because there's nothing necessarily initially making me, want to take him to court. He hadn't.
He didn't do anything wrong.
At this point.
Right.
At this
He just
point.
asked you to comply. He did nothing wrong.
And I was trying to walk away.
You weren't complying though, were you?
I hadn't done nothing wrong.
How do you know?
Because I've been sitting in my car.
What if he had a report that you were a suspicious individual? Does he have to relay that right away?
He would
That's in cause for speculation.
This video right here that we've watched multiple times, you would agree that that's the complete interaction with you and Officer Ray, correct?
to my knowledge.
You were there. Was there any other interaction?
No, I've never had any interaction.
That's not my question. Your defense team is making a big deal about 30 seconds of the video before. Was there any interaction with you and Officer Rayner prior to what we see on this body camera here?
No.
No. So this body camera is a fair depiction of your entire encounter with Officer Rayner.
I'm not sure if he seen me or
That's the question is your entire encounter with him is all recorded on the body camera, correct?
to my knowledge.
Well, is there any other part of the interaction that's not codified here?
What I'm saying is I don't know if he had seen me and I didn't know he was there. I don't know.
That's not, okay. Your interaction, your speaking, communicating, and interacting with Officer Rayner, it is all on this video that we watched, correct?
To my knowledge.
Well, you keep saying that, but I don't understand what that means.
Because I don't know if there's something else somewhere else that I was never made privy to.
Are you aware, you were there that night, right?
Yes,
Is there any conversations, any interactions before this video starts with you and Officer Rayner?
Not with me, in him.
Right, so your entire interaction, you, Oath of Wallace, Officer Rayner, right, the entire interaction
As far as I
is
know.
on this video.
Allow him to finish one at a time.
You would agree, it's all on the video.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. After you shot Officer Rayner, did you call 911 to report that someone was shot and they need an ambulance?
No, I didn't.
Right, and you could have just called anonymous, couldn't you?
No, well, yeah, I could have.
Right.
I was so, there was a lot of adrenaline going on, a lot of emotions, and I was too afraid to have any further interaction with another police officer or the force period because I didn't know how it would go, given that this one didn't go at.
So you could have called anonymously, right? And you could have reported, there's an officer being shot behind 133, right? Yeah, the ambulance there.
When you say anonymous, I mean, I couldn't have called them. I know that police record, and I was afraid to have any further interaction with a police officer or the force.
If you just unlawfully killed Officer Ray.
Because I just had a situation where I had to defend myself. I didn't necessarily know if Mr. Officer Rayner was dead or not.
But you just shot him and you didn't call any help for him.
I did have to shoot him, but I didn't make it. Like I say, I was afraid to call anybody.
You're claiming self-defense. You live right across the street in 133. Why didn't you run in there, lock the door, call the police, tell Officer Rayner's been shot, get an ambulance here, it was an accident, I didn't mean to work it, or it was self-defense, I need someone to respond. You didn't do that, did you, sir?
No, I didn't.
Instead, what you did is you fled, correct?
Yeah, I did.
You're right. And you actually drove up to Jacksonville in the car you were in already, right? You didn't go right to Georgia at that time, did you, sir?
I was basically driving around aimlessly because I was afraid.
Instead, though, what you did is you called your dad and said, I need a new car, because you wanted to disappear, right?
First thing I said on the phone with my dad, I'm not sure if he remembered, but I told him I was scared and that a cop had got shot.
But you didn't tell your dad, I had to shoot in self-defense, did you?
I did. It happened.
But you didn't, when you drove up to Jacksonville, you had an opportunity. You know Jacksonville goes straight to Georgia, right? You've been to Georgia many times.
Yeah, Jacksonville on 95, you could go there.
Right, so you could have taken the vehicle that you killed the police officer in from that you were driving, and you could have stayed statement in on your way to Georgia, correct?
Yeah, but I was too afraid to.
You were too afraid because you were trying to cover your tracks, right?
No, I was like, again, I was too afraid that if I was
They're
seen
gonna ask
vehicle,
him why he cut his hair and all
automatically get
that.
shot and killed and never have an opportunity to have this day.
Why not just drive to the police station, walk inside where you know they have cameras, say, I'm the one who did it, please, I need you to find that story.
At that moment, those are the very people I was scared for my life from.
So you think if you walk into a police station where they've got cameras, all these officers, they're going to rush at you and just shoot cameras?
They do it all the
I
time.
didn't know how it would go by me trying to explain what took place. So I was afraid.
And then, in fact, you went all the way to Gainesville, right? To get a different car.
I went over to Gainesville, yeah, and I called and
And you backed your car in, right? At Home Depot. You didn't just pull it in regular, right?
backing in is just like a normal way that I park.
Or it's also a way to avoid someone seeing your license plate, correct?
I mean, it could be for somebody else, but that's just the normal way I park.
Sure. So after you just shot a police officer, you were just thinking, well, let me make sure I back in. Let me take a little more effort, back the car in, just make sure. Not trying to get out quickly, I'm just going to take extra time in that car. That's what you're saying?
Backing in is like a forced habit because that's just what I'm used
That's
to.
what
Back
how
in
he
work,
was whenever they
back in at
first
home.
walked up.
It's,
Back then.
it's just kind of how it happens.
You cut your hair after, didn't you, sir?
Yes, I did.
Right, to avoid detection, correct?
The reason I cut my hair is because I was afraid that if I got identified, I would be killed without question.
Right. Once again, you could have went to any police station among hundreds that you passed on your way to Georgia, but you didn't stop any.
No.
You didn't call the news media and say, hey, I just had self-defense with a police officer. I need you to come with me when I turn myself into the police, don't kill me, right?
I didn't consider that as an option.
Instead, you went all the way to Georgia, right? And you go up in a treehouse, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you have an AK-47 style weapon up there with you, correct?
Yes.
500 rounds of
Beyond
ammo.
the scope of direct.
Terry Shoemaker will hear from
500
me.
rounds of ammo, correct?
I don't know.
This
I don't
doesn't
know
go
the specific,
how it should.
round count that was.
And you're
I gave him
correct?
I'm just scared, and I'm
Shit.
just feeling. I'm staying where I feel safe,
Right.
until I can figure out how to bring myself to the law.
You would agree Officer Rayner was polite and courteous to you, correct?
No,
You don't think he was polite and courteous?
when he asked the question, but about with the, I mean, are you talking about verbally or
Verbally, he was polite and courteous to you.
initially?
Yeah, and then you wouldn't answer his questions, right?
No,
Okay, even though he was polite and courteous to you.
but I asked him a polite and courteous question.
Don't you think most importantly when someone asks you a question, you respond first and then you ask the question after that?
In normal communication, but I was confused, and I asked him a question out of a natural reaction. It wasn't like a casual conversation we was having. I just asked him a question as a natural reaction.
Sure. But let's talk about this struggle that you say ensues. So tell me how long it takes for you and Officer Rayner to struggle and you pull your gun and shoot him. You went through this long thing that took a long time and you were down here describing it. Describe it to us.
I was just describing motion by motion.
Right, let's hear
So
it.
when it happened, when he started to force me back and push and pull and twist, there was obviously a struggle, you know.
Well, you didn't respond. You actually were not moving and getting away from him until he called on the radio, correct?
I had already tried to walk away twice.
But I do, sir. And on the radio, it's when he calls for other officers, or he's getting on his radio, and he says, Charlie 77, and you say, no, back up, man. Don't you, sir?
That's when I reasserted my effort to leave.
You reasserted your effort and pushed Officer Rayner out of the way, didn't you, sir?
He was already pulling and twisting me.
You pushed him out of the way to get away from him.
I held my forearm out. That's what I did.
Sir, you pushed him away. Right, let's see. Right, he's trying to have you comply, and you pushed yourself away. You would agree that using force against a law enforcement officer, even your forearm, that is a form of a battery, right?
I held my forearm
Actually,
out.
Your Honor, again, he's asking him to draw a legal conclusion.
Yes, sir. You're aware you can't resist police officers with force, can you?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, again, he's asking for evidence.
You're aware you can't do that, right?
Yeah.
You're aware you can't touch police officers or hit them, correct?
I never touched him. He was coming towards me, and he already had me. So I was trying to create a space where I could walk between the door and him. I just held my forearm out. The reason I held my forearm out is so that nothing would get misunderstood about me being aggressive towards him. I didn't want him to perceive me as any form of aggressive, because that's why I held my forearm out.
Based on your training in the security class and in your other, maybe training you've had, you would agree by pushing a police officer and trying to get past them, that's not appropriate for someone who the police officer is trying to talk to, correct?
I never pushed him. I just held my forearm out. I just held it out.
And you touched him with it.
I didn't intend. He was already on my arm.
Okay,
So
let's
I didn't like do any motion like that. I just held it out to try to get around the door and the space between him and the door.
Where was the gun?
At this moment,
Yes.
it was already in my pocket because I
Each pocket.
the right pocket.
And where was it in a holster?
Yes.
Okay. So you had a gun in your holster, in your pocket.
Mm-hmm.
You agree with me? Is that right?
Yes.
Correct. And tell me how much time it took from when Officer Rader grabbed you till you shot him.
I can't specifically. I would have to reference.
I don't want you to watch the video. I want you to tell me from your memory.
It's two and a half years ago. So whether it took a couple seconds, or are you mean by seconds or like milliseconds? I don't know how specific you intend to be here.
Here's what I want you to do. You told me that you and Officer Rader are chest to chest for a tussle. I assume for a couple seconds. Is that correct?
Well, he's pulling on me. He's pulling me towards him and
For
trying.
how long?
It happened for a good few amount of seconds. It took
A good few amount. More than 10?
just about.
Okay. So you're tussling for about 10 seconds. You agree with me, correct?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
I don't want to agree because I don't know specifically if it was 10 seconds or 8 seconds or 9.5 seconds. So I'm trying not to. I don't want to be time specific because I can't remember the amount of seconds.
Let's give you the benefit of the doubt. 8 or more seconds.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree 8 or more seconds that you're tussling at first with him, correct?
That he's pulling on me and
Right. Pulling on you after he cues up on his Charlie 77 and he's still grabbing you here. And then there's another at least 8 seconds where you're face to face. Not on the video here, but it has to be off video because we don't see you face to face here, correct?
I would say we're pretty face to face.
Are you including your time in this one right here? Because all he has is his hand. Let's go forward.
Can you sit down? I'll talk to you.
Come on now.
Okay. So, are you talking about this? He's tussling with you.
That's why I was mentioning pulling on me.
He was just directing you to try and have you sit down, correct?
I just tried to walk away from him. I stood up.
But that's not a response to my question. He's telling you at this point, please just sit down. Sit down and I'll talk to you, right?
Yes.
Right. You didn't listen, right? And he's got a hand here and a hand here trying to direct you back into the car, correct?
He's pushing me into
Into the car, right? He's not using excessive force on you at this time, right?
I begin to get scared, so
Did you scream for help from anyone in the community?
scream.
Help!
It's in the back of the parking lot. Everybody's in the house. There's nobody outside.
You saw the video before how all those people in body cam came running out after Officer.
Oh my God. Are you fucking serious? How the fuck they gonna cut it off in the middle of him talking? How the Oh my goodness. Yeah, 1 second. I don't understand, y'all. As soon as it comes back on, I'm like, I still got it set up to where, like, as soon as it pops on, y'all be able to hear. As soon as it pops on, all I gotta do is click it right on. But I guess, yeah, I'm speak on this shit. Like, the other day, 2 days ago, when I last did a live, people was wondering if he was. They was wondering if he was gonna get on the stand, and like, all right, there's a show. It's called Suits, right? I think they might be taking a lunch. Real talk, because no one's in the courtroom right now. The judge is gone. Everyone done walked out. Because now this is what it's showing. And I'm also looking at something else, but there's no one in the courtroom right now. So I guess they done fucking cut it. I don't know if it was accidental or what, but that's some bullshit that they cut off while Ozone was talking. And just to what be, I mean, in court, court, I think lunch was supposed to be at 11. It was like 11, 12, 11, 11, something like that. And judge was like, I know we're supposed to be going to lunch, but since they were in the middle of doing this, they should have just waited till after lunch to let him speak. You know what I'm saying? Let's be real. When you get food in you, you know what I'm saying? You're a little more alert, you know? So I don't know. Maybe that was some bullshit that they were trying to do. But I'm gonna keep it real, y'all. And I'm not. I still think that he's innocent. I feel like he had the right to do what he did, but I don't know. Like, I'm just because he had on his shirt was long. It was pretty long, so I don't know. It's just crazy how fast it happened, and like I literally did not expect that blew my mind. This is all this information that's been coming out. I'm gonna keep it real. We've been waiting for like over 2 years to hear a lot of this fucking information, so um hearing him say that he he fired the shot, that I ain't gonna lie, it blew my mind. I was like, whoa. Because yeah, we've all had our own theories of what, because we did not, we never seen a phone in his hand. And like I said, look, if they don't bring up, well, this is odd, this there, and then I don't give a fuck if they're like, well, there's not that the video doesn't show a whole lot of that second cop. I'm telling you, there's enough. You can pause it. If they can pause and talk about a blunt that is this small that fits in his hand versus where you could do this right here. 1 second. I'm where they could literally do this Come on, bitch, you load too slow. They could do that right there and be like, okay, if they can pause and show a little ass piece of a fucking cigar in his hand, they can pause and show a big fucking piece of a body literally on over, like walking beside that vehicle right there. I feel like it is fucking worth it. I feel like it's worth a try. Why not? I mean, yeah. Now, like I said, in my opinion, as far as the defense, I was thinking, okay, the other cop could have shot him, but there was someone else there, which I say was a cop because on the back it shows white on right on the back, like Jersey style, just like where it would say police. So yeah, I'm sitting there thinking that, and even though now that Ozone has admitted to being the one that shot, it doesn't matter. Like it's that they can still have some type of argument like, okay, well, y'all was talking about all this, but y'all said that there wasn't another cop there. He came with fucking backup. No one can tell me different, you know, unless that is literally, which I look, I believe in the supernatural and all that shit. Unless that was a cop that was a ghost on that video, that's the only explanation. But there was somebody there. It's not just a glitch or whatever. No. You just gotta, I mean, do like I did. Keep watching that video over and over in slow-mo. That way you can learn exactly where the position where that guy is, the second cop, and put it in a full play. You'll see him move, and then, and I mean, it's real quick. You'll see him moving, like walking to the back of the car. Then you see him turn on his fucking flashlight. And it's not a reflection from Jason Rayner's flashlight. His beam is off to the left, and the beam only goes out so far. Then it's a shadow, and then over here, boom, a light comes on. Like I even sent his attorney. I talked to Terry Shoemaker on the phone about this shit. I talked to him. You know, he's like, eventually he's like, oh yeah, I know who you are. I think he watched a video of mine or some shit, or had to, because there was certain shit because like y'all already know, I had been speaking on this case at the beginning of all this shit, so it was kind of really me and Ho C show that was putting out information at certain times. At one time it was just mine and his show, but but I just feel like that would help. I really fucking do. As far as official, like I haven't heard of them mentioning a second cop, because like as far all right, because I tried to find the video of me, because what we would do was when well, of course Ozone has been locked up since 2021, but at the beginning, when, for example, at first Jason Rayner was in a coma, so they say, because they said that he pretty much was like knocked unconscious. This is what they said at the beginning. He was unconscious when they got there. That's a lie. He was doing all that shit. And I'm not trying to be funny. That's just literally what is on the body cam footage of the other cops that showed up. He's making all types of noises, and they're trying to, like, who is it? Who did it? What color shirt was he wearing? Now, they didn't show all that body cam footage, so we don't know what, if anything, was said. Because I remember one cop had said, at the beginning, he was able to talk to us. So talking is not doing that. Yeah, he was in pain, probably, doing all that. But talking is talking. So he had to have been able to speak something, But you got to understand, they edited that video. The video where at first it was on the news. That was the first thing that they released it to the news, and then they put that out. I called down there and I said, is that the rest of the body cam footage, or do y'all have more? He said, what you seen, that's the entire amount, because he said eventually they ended up saying it was cut off. They said he had no backup. They said that they didn't have dash cam footage and all this shit. But the way they edited the video, and I can tell they edited it for sure, because I feel like there's, like, when he's walking up, I feel like there's probably at least 1 second, or if there was even a half a second more of the video, or the camera aimed at that second cop, it would be like, for sure, like, there's somebody right there, because they said there was nobody else, no witnesses, no nothing that saw the shit. There's people that heard the gunshot, but that, yeah. When shit hit the fan and everybody kind of started arguing and everything split up, I still wanted to help. So I'm like, because look, so many people, when I say so many, I'm pretty much everybody that was involved, meaning like trying to, help raise money for Ozone. Anybody that was wanting him, saying free Ozone, all that, you know what they were saying? Damn, Boss Talk, that's crazy that you fucking found that. I see it, second cop. Damn, bro, that's crazy. All this different shit. Y'all don't understand how many people I was talking to at that time, right? On the phone, through email, on Messenger, all this shit. People's like, damn, I don't know how the fuck you found that. And I said, it's just because I slowed the video down. And then from then, that I started showing people, this is how you look, this is how you do it. Go on YouTube and hit settings, and then the speed time, you go to 0.25 is the slowest it'll go. And then you do that, and then you just watch and you find it. And that's what the fuck I did. And I'm telling you, pretty much everybody not only believed it, they admitted, damn, I see it too. But then when all of us, not all of us, but when everyone kind of went their own way because of bullshit, lies, when Remy stole money and then started, like, he didn't want the blame, so he started putting the blame on other people, trying to make other people look bad. And because of that, it caused this big ass argument, right? It caused people to stop trusting other people, and it's even me. Certain people stopped trusting me because Remy lied on me, because I exposed them for stealing money, straight up. But once that happened, I started, these same people that was like, damn, Boss Talk, how'd you find that? Like, I see it too. So there was people that literally, I'm talking about literally, was like, damn, Boss Talk, like, you a real one. You a real one. Like, I can't believe you found that. This shit's gonna help. They went from saying that to when they started believing Remy, right? They went to saying, man, Boss Talk, man, he got something wrong with him. Trying to say that there's a second cop. So yeah, for real. I've had a few people do that. Literally say that they see it too. They can't believe it. That this shit is crazy. Till then, whenever, like, it's one thing just to be like, if they're wanting to believe Remy that they think I had something to do with money coming up missing or whatever. But to just change your mind after you straight up was like, I see it too, to saying, man, he's crazy. He's coming up with all these conspiracies and it's fucking up the case. And I'm like, fucking up the case. If anything, that would help the case. And it still can. It doesn't matter if Ozone has already admitted to whatever. Bringing that up, they could literally be like, hold up. Well, then we need to find out who the fuck the other cop was. Why didn't he come forth to tell anything? Just like they was bugging Ozone, saying, why didn't you call an ambulance? Okay, why didn't the other cop call an ambulance? It's just crazy. I'm gonna put the link in the comments so if anyone wants to come on, because I think they're at lunch right now. So if y'all want to come on and like chop it up or whatever, I would like some new people to come on, someone I never talked to. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I have had a couple of people in the comments that I've seen that I've never seen before, unless y'all just went by a different name. But I'm gonna be real with you now. Once this shit, like, once it goes live, I'm literally gonna like replay it. Or not replay it, but I'm gonna play it. And yeah, I ain't gonna be, we ain't gonna be talking over it and shit. I mean, I know I'll be hearing that talking over it, but shit, it's my channel. But yeah, like um, I gotta use the bathroom real quick though too. So yeah, y'all can hop on here if y'all want. Just understand, like I said, um when it comes back on, I will be like cutting it off. Even if you're talking, I'm gonna have to say, I'm sorry to cut you off, but hey, it's back on.
I was during it. That was the.
Hold up. Y'all think there's another fucking live going on somewhere. Hold up. Why the fuck would... Oh, I'm pissed off. Hurry up, motherfucking...
Yeah, like on the right side of his body. I mean, he was just reaching towards his waistband, so I would assume that he wasn't. I wasn't there, sir. You just
Earlier that it was his right side, is that correct?
I'm trying to remember exactly, because it was such a spinning motion, so I can't remember. I know it was his waistband and like his body was kind of twisted, so maybe I could be wrong if he was twisted or if we were going in a spinning motion. Maybe there's a sense of misdirection.
So like a toy, he turned his whole waist this way and was reaching this way and that threw you off?
Overall.
I'm not sure if like I say, I'm not sure, but I remember him reaching down towards his waistband. Like, well, if I could say anything, I would say more of his right side.
So you saw him reaching toward his right side?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
It looks like he's going straight down, correct?
No, not straight down, but he's reaching, like going to grasp whatever he has there.
So you think that, what do you think he has right here?
Well, officers are known to carry firearms, deadly weapons, tasers, OC spray, and baton, whatever they carry.
But you're saying you see him reaching for something, but you're saying that something is right here?
No, it's not. It's more like in that area.
That, if you don't mind, sir. Show me.
So if we're twisting around, right, his arm leaves my body free. He's reaching like in this general area. So that's why I guess I want to.
Okay. But you're still tussling with him, right?
Well, he's still pulling me. I'm not tussling with him. I'm just pulling away.
You're trying to flee from him, right?
He's pulling me, and I'm just trying to get out of his grasp.
And he said stop.
Yeah, but he's still
And he
pulling
said
me.
stop.
Even if I would have stopped, he was still pulling me. So it was like a twisted motion. I never was trying to do anything besides leave. He was just still pulling and gripping on me.
But he said stop, 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 correct?
I hear that.
Yeah, you heard that, right?
Yes.
Right, but you didn't stop.
I didn't try to do anything to aggress him. I was trying to walk, like get out of his grasp.
But he commanded you to stop as a law enforcement officer, and you refused to.
All I was doing was like pulling my shoulder away, trying to get under his arm. I wasn't making any progressive motions towards him.
Let me make it simple. He said stop,
Mhm.
and you kept trying to go, correct?
I kept trying to get out of his grasp, yes.
And he said stop, and you kept going.
I kept trying to get out of his grasp, yes.
Right? And he said stop, and you kept going.
Yes.
And he said stop, and you kept going.
Yeah, I just agreed to that.
Right. Well, it's 4 times he said that.
Okay?
Okay, so 4 times he tells you that, but you keep going, right?
I'm just trying to get back to where I can walk away.
Because you didn't want to give in to him, correct?
I didn't have an understanding of why he was even grabbing and pulling on me.
Why didn't you just stop and listen and let him explain after you sat down?
Mr. Lewis, I'm trying to get an understanding of why this is happening to me. That's the entirety of what took place. I
You
was
said that 15 times, but in the situation,
Mm-hmm.
all you had to do was diffuse the situation was listen to his commands, correct?
right, but I asked him what was going on.
But you didn't listen to one of his commands, did you, sir?
I didn't sit down.
He should have came up and said what he was there for.
You didn't sit down, right?
I wish Ozone would
He told
say
you to
that.
sit again, you didn't sit down.
No.
And then he asked you, do you live here? You didn't respond, did you? With
I asked him-
answer.
We've been through this.
Yes, sir. So at what point when Officer Rayner saying stop, stop, stop in the tussle, where are you guys at that point?
I can't remember exactly verbatim, like the frame of where we was at. The tussle it was quite chaotic, so I couldn't remember, and it happened fairly
And you
quickly.
reached into your pocket, right?
Mm-hmm.
You saw Officer Rayner reaching for something.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you made a conscious decision at that point, correct?
Well, it was more of a reaction type of decision.
But you said your life was in danger.
It was. If I was in a tussle trying to get out of a grasp of somebody,
You said your life's in danger, so you made a conscious decision to reach your hand in your pocket, correct?
and if yeah, that would have been a conscious
And you made a
decision.
conscious decision to pull a gun out of a holster from your pocket, correct?
As a reaction to what I was dealing with.
Well, who's making that decision to do that?
I am.
Right. So you're thinking about it and having your body react to it, correct?
I guess that's how movements happen with humans. Yes.
Right. So if I wanted to pick up the pen, I'm thinking about it. Oh, I picked up the pen, right?
Mm-hmm.
You thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I would agree because the motion is your brain talks to you, and that's what takes
Your
place.
claim is that your life was in danger, correct?
It was.
Right. So you knew you were going to pull the gun out and shoot Officer Rayner, correct?
Didn't know at the moment, but when it started to happen, I did know that that's what was. That's what was.
When you reached into your pocket,
Yes, sir.
and you took a gun out, your intent was to shoot Officer Rayner, correct?
It was my intent was to defend myself in whatever way was possible.
Which means if you pull a gun out, you intend to shoot someone, correct?
Yes, but I didn't just pull it out to just like, oh, I'm just going to shoot you. It was more of a reaction to what was taking place with me. It wasn't just like I'm just taking it out and shooting. I was reacting to the motions. Had the motion stopped, I would have been able to process that thought. And
At any time did you say when you pulled the gun out, stop Officer Rayner, I have a gun?
no, I didn't say anything.
You didn't make a conscious decision not to shoot him. You actually chose to shoot him, correct?
It was in the motion, so that's what took place.
Because you were mad at him, right?
I wasn't mad at him at all.
Because you hate cops, right?
No.
Let's talk about it. Remember this post? It states 45. And this one, Johnny Bolton, that's referring to the SWAT team, right?
The situation that happened with Johnny Boy.
Right, because so in this reference, you're referring to the police officers as crackers, right?
I'm frustrated and talking out of frustration again. So
Right, your frustration. These crackers are not far from seeing the blood of their own flowing thick in the gutter of America. It's war. Your words, right?
that was the post I made. Yes, sir.
These are your words.
I'm not denying that.
Right, and you refer to the cops as crackers, right?
At the moment, I was frustrated. Yes, I did.
And then within 3 weeks or less, you shot Officer Rayner, and his blood was flowing in the gutters of America, right?
No,
His blood wasn't flowing?
not in the gutters of America. I was, like I said, I speak out of frustration when I just get mad and go online. But I would.
Sorry.
That is way far off than what I felt the night in the moment when I was encountered by Mr. Rayner.
I'm glad you brought that up.
No relativity.
I'm glad you brought that up. Let's talk about that. So after you shoot Officer Rayner, this is your reaction.
They're replaying the same old shit. They're asking them the same questions. I think they're trying to get them to lie. I understand.
Let me get it better. You agree, though, that you made that statement?
I did not make that statement. The verbiage is not proper. I was saying, like, get the fuck back, not fuck that, man. That if you're referring to the comment in quotations, that's
How's it going? Stop.
That's not fuck that, man?
I said, get the fuck back, man.
Why? You just shot him.
It was a reaction. I wasn't gloating what took place.
Let's listen to it again.
At the moment, if y'all don't know who Ozone is, y'all's gonna have to do y'all's homework.
That's not fuck that, man?
It's get the fuck back, man.
He's on the floor.
Like I said, it was a reaction. I hadn't even, at the time I made the thought, I hadn't processed that he hadn't even hit the floor.
Well, let's talk about that, because within 15 minutes,
No, I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. Black power. Stay strong as a nation. Keep fucking fighting. Move fucking forward. Don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you. I love y'all. Black power and shit.
so within 15 minutes, you're on referring to cops as pigs, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, and you say, don't let these pussy-ass pigs fuck with you, right?
At the last portion of my statement, that's what I said.
Right. You didn't say anything about, oh my God, I had to use self-defense. You wanted to get your message out there, right? Because you thought it was the last time?
I was just...
That's what you said on direct. You said, I needed to get my message out because I didn't know if it was the last time. Isn't that correct, sir?
I haven't had an opportunity to answer your first question.
Well, go ahead.
When I said that, I was basically saying I love y'all to whoever was listening on my profile, and I was still, excited but frustrated about what took place. So yeah, I did say that. Like I say, I'm one of those people that are a little overexpressive, and that's, when I'm excited or frustrated, things come out, and I just kind of just whatever.
No, what you said on direct, sir, is you said, I wanted to get my message out there to all people because I didn't know if I could post it again, correct?
But
Isn't that what you said, sir?
That's what I said.
Right, and your message was, don't let these pussy-ass pigs fuck with you, right? That was your message you got out there. The last message you thought you could post, correct?
That was not the
Isn't that true?
That's not the only thing that was said in the...
Sir, I'm asking you, listen to this. You said, I wanted to post something, and you posted. The last thing you thought you'd ever post was, don't let these pussy-ass pigs fuck with you, correct?
You read the whole thing?
I'm asking you a question here, sir. Was that in your post?
That was in it, but that wasn't the only thing I said.
Let's listen to it one more time, actually. And listen to your tone of voice when you talk about killing the police officer and don't mess with them. You're relatively calm. You'd agree with me at first. But then when you talk about killing the officer, you kind of get excited, right?
Because I'm still frustrated about the situation.
You're excited because you got a chance to let the blood flow of the police officer. Right, sir? No. Let's listen one more time.
No, I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. I want y'all to know something, man. I love. No, I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. Black power.
Very calm, your voice right there, right? You'd agree?
I'm trying to, at this point, I was just trying to remain calm.
There was just a yes or no. You'd agree, correct?
I was subduing my frustration at that moment, yes, it was.
Frustration? You just shot someone in the head. What are you frustrated about?
Don't argue with the witness.
I'm frustrated because it happened to me. My worst fear happened to me.
No, your worst fear you said to happen to you was you get shot and killed yourself.
That's why I reacted the way I did.
But now you're saying that you were just startled by this still, or what was your exact words you just said?
You just told me what I just.
Okay, let's listen to the rest of how you said it.
Keep fucking fighting. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. Black power. Stay strong as a nation. Keep fucking fighting. Move fucking forward. Don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you. I love y'all. Black power and shit.
Does that sound like someone who was flustered by the situation or upset by it?
No, but as I started to think about what I was saying, I began to get more frustrated at the fact that I had been in that situation. That's what it was, more of a emotional situation going on. As I was thinking about what I was saying, you know, like I say, you know, I'm one of those people that wear my heart on my sleeve a bit. So as I talk, sometimes my voice goes up, and sometimes with the type of words or whatever things I might say, it just goes up or down. It's just.
It only goes up in this situation when you say, "Don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you." You're excited when you say that.
No, I'm not.
Well, we just heard it. Why would you not be?
I'm frustrated. If you listen, I said something prior to that.
So let me ask you this. Officer Rayner is lying there bleeding. You won't call 911 because you're afraid you're going to get caught. But you're more than happy to go out on Instagram and post up how you don't like the police, or, you know, don't get into the police.
I'm not happy at all.
But you are. You're excited there. You're telling your followers, this is the last message you're ever going to hear, right?
I did not say that.
That's what you said. I went out there and posted on your direct examination.
Right.
Because this is the last time I may ever be able to post again, right?
I didn't say that in the post. That's the feeling. That's the reaction of me posting it. But I didn't say it in the post.
Right.
This is my last time posting.
You didn't get your message out there and say.
You need to let him finish.
Yes, sir.
I didn't say that in the post. I never said this is my last message to y'all. I'm about to get it out, and this is what it is. I said it as a reaction to to my emotions. That's what was going on. That's the dead truth.
Yeah. So let's talk about this though. That's the last post you're ever going to make. You don't say anything.
Ask and answer.
Well, let him finish the question.
You don't say anything in that post about I had to kill a police officer for self-defense. I was in fear for my life. You just said don't let those pussy ass pigs mess with you, right?
Yes, that's what I said. But that's a part of the message. That
You weren't injured at all from this research.
not initially, but he was physical with me, but I wasn't injured because it.
Right, you never got injured.
No, sir.
No injuries at all.
No.
Officer Rain never tried to get in your car with you, did he?
He slightly opened the door to make his way in.
He never entered the actual car, did he, sir?
No.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Mr. Wallace, Mr. Lewis went on about your training as a security guard and things like that, but based on what he was asking, would you have ever approached a person like that in your line of duty the way Rayner did you?
No, sir.
Okay. You know, he also talked about the cigar or, the marijuana. If that was marijuana, what could you have done with it?
It's a variation of things that could happen. I could have threw it. I've heard of people eating it. I could have started of it.
Would it have been possible for you to just discard it if it was something illegal?
Yeah.
Okay. But why didn't you just sit down?
Because I was already in the motion of getting up and going in my apartment for the night.
And how many times did you try to walk away, but were not able to?
If I could remember correctly, we can watch the video, but it was three efforts that I made to maneuver myself out of the situation.
And when all of this was, when you initially got out of your car, was your intent to ever have to pull your weapon on Officer Rayner?
No, sir. I only had my weapon because I was going in the house for the night.
1 second, Your Honor.
Yes. Any recross?
No, sir.
Thank you. Defense, can we put the TV back, and then do you have anything else?
Your Honor, we don't need the TV now. I was just going to introduce.
All right, if we can push it back and out of the way. Camera was disconnected on the way back. It can't block that door. It has to go in.
Your Honor, no, it was already unplugged, but we did get some feedback that the feed doesn't really directly for the last word.
Oh. Well, I have to find out. Can you call IT? I'll tell you what, let me have you step into the jury room for a moment. All rise for the jury. Jury's out, you're seated.
DOA's a bitch. And Mama Red, if you don't mind, because I really don't. I know you got to be a subscriber and his shit to comment, but I really don't want to subscribe or whatever, because I already know he's just gonna block me right after I do it. If you don't mind, let him know I said that. He's a bitch and a shitty confidential informant. if anyone wants to hit the link while, which he probably won't be back there very long. He's probably just going back to his chambers. He may have to piss or may need to chop it up with somebody. You never know. It could be but it may not be very long. Yeah, DOA is a bitch. And I just want to say it. Like, I didn't even want to bring this bitch up anyway, but Tiffany, Tiffany from Louisville. Yeah, I just want to really come on here and say, fuck you, bitch. You know what I'm saying? I was in the comments of the, what's it called? Basically like the news of like, I don't know if it was one of the Orlando news, basically the shit that I'm showing right now. It was one of them. There's like only two that I've been kind of watching, and I'll see some racist shit in the comments, so I'll kind of speak on it type shit. And yeah, like basically I seen something about some other name that I ain't never seen, something about Wolf something. And I'm like these bitches out here really think they know who I am. So they'll try to put a full name that they think is my name, right? So this bitch gonna try to say my full name, talking about shut up. And I'm like, bitch, you don't fucking know me, like just stop. And she's like, I know enough. This is Tiffany. Fuck you, Tiffany, bitch.
You intend to rest at that
So are we
point?
ready for the jury?
Is the state going to have any rebuttal?
No, sir.
Okay. What we're gonna do is after you finish and then the state rests, I'm gonna send them out to lunch. I'll give you guys a lunch. We'll come back and I'd say we stay a little bit late and finish with the closings today. Okay?
Do we want to come back early for lunch for the charge conference, Judge?
Yeah, I want to give them a longer lunch period, and then we'll come back and then have our charge conference after we have our lunch. All right? Bring the jury in. You don't want me to read a stipulation. All rise for the jury. Let me see, Your Honor. I think you may be seated. Defense.
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to introduce the evidence with record application. Defense Exhibit A. It is simply a zip drive of body footage of Amanda Dickens, who testified as that particular bit of footage was on the scene.
Without objection, will be admitted as evidence or subject to the discussions.
Subject to what we argued.
Yes, sir.
Next, we would offer the evidence which been marked for identification as Exhibit B, photos of the gun belt that were taken during the December 2022 evidence view, which we believe were authentic
Okay, without objection, it'll be admitted.
You're gonna make sure to pull them off to the drink.
You're going to do it in there, or you want to hand them?
I was just gonna.
Okay, you're welcome to do that, yeah. You can take it closer if you like.
And finally, we would offer into evidence what's been marked as offense exhibit C, which was authenticated on.
Yeah, Mama, I read, I saw it. Appreciate it.
It is the axon on that trail for Mr. Rayner's body on camera.
Okay.
No objection.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
And with that, Your Honor, that's
Okay. Any rebuttal?
No, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the presentation of the evidentiary portion of the trial. It is not time to deliberate. We still have a lot more work to do. And I anticipate we're going to work a little bit late tonight, so I'm hoping that's not a problem for anyone. If it is, please let the bailiffs know. Our schedule is going to be as follows. I'm going to give you a lunch hour, but it's going to be longer than normal. So it's going to be a 2-hour lunch hour. So I expect you back here around 4 o'clock. Meanwhile, I have to meet with the lawyers. They have to eat as well. And then we also have to go over the last minute jury instructions to make sure that the law is spelled out for you in a manner that you can understand it. So what we're going to do is we're going to recess until 4 o'clock for the jury. 4 o'clock, okay? Thank you. All right, don't discuss the case, please. Just reminding you of that. And counsel, you can be back here at 3 o'clock.
Is there any issue?
All right, we're in recess. Do you want me to clear the courtroom?
So I'll do the same thing for the.
I'm going to need everyone to leave the courtroom.
Damn. Motherfucker said it's getting too loud in here. I'm gonna need everybody to leave. So y'all think that? Do y'all think that today will be the last day? I'm telling you, like the shit that they added into evidence and shit, like his attorneys, like in my opinion, I do not feel like his attorneys did very good. Unless you know, um speaking of the USCCA, if you don't have the USCCA, you need to get it, because in situations like this where you're claiming self-defense, you're going to need an attorney. And, you know, as you see, in Ozone situation, it's expensive. And you may have seen other shit too, but it's the minimum is $29 for USCCA, and you get so much shit, so much information. For example, like this right here. Let's see. Magazines. You know what I'm saying? Like, they basically, you know, they'll show you the new guns that's out. They talk about all types of shit. But that's just, you know, I ain't gonna lie, I really don't be reading the magazines like that. But there is sometimes, no, not put it this way. There's always something in the magazine that can teach you something. Um, but they have lessons. You can think that you know it all, but there's always something that you can learn. You know, something. But what's good, Troy? Have you been paying attention and watching on the trial? This shit's crazy. This shit's crazy. But yeah, like anyone out there, like especially people I'm cool with, you definitely need to have self defense insurance. If you are the type that if you are at Walmart or wherever and you was put in a situation and you know you will hit somebody in self-defense, if you will react, if you're the type that's kind of like you just don't like altercations, so you'll just let shit go, like walking off or whatever, you know. But if you're the type that's gonna do anything, you need that, unless you can afford uh an expensive ass um attorney or whatever, you know. Which of course, homicide or whatever, murder, that's gonna be like the most expensive types of cases. But I mean, yeah, like battery, just punching somebody, of course, it's not gonna be nowhere near as much. But still, some people can't afford the attorneys, even if it's just punching someone in their shit. But at the same time, think about it. 29 at the minimum a month. And then even if you punch somebody, that's going to save you a couple racks. And it's going to save you from, like, literally, I'm sure some of y'all probably got dress clothes, suit or whatever. USCCA will literally, all right, they're gonna give you some money so that you can go buy you something to go look good in court. And they're gonna and they want you to look professional. So yeah, they're gonna want you. They would prefer you to go do the suit and tie type shit or dress shirt and tie, you know. But there's many ways to look professional without the suit and tie and shit. But yeah, they're gonna do all that. You could buy it today. You can buy or get USCCA insurance today, and tomorrow get in a situation. I'm talking about you could have $1 million bond, and you just paid $29 today, and then tomorrow you get in a situation, and they're like, "Oh, we don't know what happened just yet until we find out. You know, you're gonna be under arrest." Then once you get a bond, that $1 million bond. Some places you have to pay. You won't. Some places it's 10%, so that would be 100,000. Some places you got to pay the whole fucking thing, the whole million or whatever to get out. You know, but regardless, if it's $1 million or 100,000, they're gonna pay that. They're gonna pay it. They're gonna get you out and see a lot of people. And look, I'm just trying to give you a little game for people that are legal firearm owners. If you think, because I remember the first gun I ever bought, right? Not the first gun I ever had, the first gun I ever bought legally. Because, bro, whenever I was in the streets, when I was younger, I had guns in junior high, bro. You know, junior high, high school, and I got them off the streets. Them bitches is cheap on the streets. Sometimes you can get them for free, you know, depending on how. I mean, of course, if you steal it, it's a 5-figure discount. But yeah, like the first one I bought like legally, I thought, and this is from experience. This is how I know this is what people be thinking. And I've talked to other people that, and they think that way. You think when you got a gun, oh, I'm good. I got a gun. I can protect my house if someone tries to break in. Yeah, you can. But guess what? As soon as you use it, or whatever weapon, bow and arrow, whatever weapon, but let's just say a firearm, and you use that firearm in self-defense, they are going to take that gun. Now, they may probably won't keep it for life, but as you see, Ozone has been in jail since 2021. Trial is still going on. Even though technically trial started, well, the jury selection started September 5th, and this is the 4th day of trial. It's September of 2023. So it's been over 2 years, right? So those guns that they found of Ozone has been in police custody or in their little evidence or whatever since then, you know? So USCCA, especially if it's a case where they can tell, no, you really did defend yourself. Say if like you're in a store at a gas station and someone comes up in there and they try to rob the place and they're aiming the gun at people, telling them to get back, don't try nothing stupid. But you was in the back getting something to drink and you like, oh, I'm about to save the day, and you save the day. But then you like and technically legally what you're supposed to do in a situation like that, you are supposed to be the one to call 911. Or if you aren't, you wait, you sit there and wait for them. But with USCCA, yeah, like if you're the one to call, boom, let them know what happened or whatever. But if someone else calls, I think you still should call just to say, so you can say you did it. But get up off that motherfucker and then call your attorney. Which with USCCA, you wouldn't call your attorney, you would call their hotline. That way, all of it's documented. It's just like almost like calling 911 dispatch. They have their own dispatch. You call the dispatch and shit, and they documented it all. And see, like the way USCCA is, you can pick your own attorney. They can pick it for you, or you can pick it yourself. You can go and literally look on the list, whatever state you live in. But even if you like, say if you live in Tennessee, but the crime, like you went on vacation and the crime happened in Arizona, right? You'll have to find someone that can represent you in Arizona, So if you have an attorney that and they have their a little summary about them, you can look more into them and find out shit. But what I can say is they cannot be hired as an attorney for USCCA, or no, check it out. They can't even apply to be a USCCA attorney unless they have a 5-year winning streak. 5 years. They cannot have one loss. So 5 years of winning, then they can apply. Doesn't mean that they're gonna get, to be a USCCA attorney. So they got great fucking attorneys. All of them clearly have a fucking nice record. 5 years of straight winning, yeah, that's crazy. Which of course they got it all, trial attorneys, all that shit. So death penalty, all that. They got what you need. And I'm just saying that because people are still, pushing to donate so we can get the money all raised for Ozone and his defense. Y'all, this is fucked up. This is fucked up because like I said, I really don't feel like his attorneys fought hard. I really don't feel like and maybe it's because it's not their chance to get up there and really speak on how, maybe that will be coming up next or in the next day or so. But I heard like the defense, they get to go first, and then but I just feel like they better. They gotta do whatever the fuck they need to do to sway the jury, because everything that was shown there, I'm looking at it as this is crazy. I ain't trying to say like I feel like the jury probably thinks he's innocent or guilty. I'm saying I don't fucking know what the fuck they could be thinking, And it's one of them things. And just because of that you said they fought hard, but the judge tied the what do you mean they about that though? Like what happened? Cause like with I just I just feel like the even before Ozone was put or got up on the stand, I just feel like the attorneys for Jason Rayner was really pressuring shit hard. And I'm not gonna lie, I have not seen the whole trial, so there's that too, but I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just pissed off that they didn't even say, well, bruh, this is a second cop right over here. Even the Jason Rayner's attorney paused the motherfucking camera or the video, and when he paused it, I said, oh my God, like they're literally talking about it right now. They got it paused in the perfect position to where you could see that cop standing right there. It was almost like they were just like, let's go ahead and put it in their face. And if they don't say nothing about it, then we know we got away with it. That's kind of how I look at it, because this is just fucked up. And if they don't use this, and it does, if it wasn't to go Ozone's way, that just right there is just gonna. I'm telling you, I will reach out to Terry Shoemaker somehow, some way. I don't care if his receptionist or whatever, or the paralegal or whatever, is gonna be the one to answer, because trust me, I've already done this. I've already called Terry once before, and I had to talk to his receptionist or whatever you want to go, the paralegal, and I had to tell her for him to give me a call. So I can't remember how long it took, but it didn't take too long, because my message was I got some info that can help Ozone's case. And he's like, he was excited about it. I'm gonna be real. He was like, from whatever it is that you're saying, he was like, I really haven't got a chance to really just study the video. And it's like, it don't even take that long. First of all, like, if you watch the motherfucker 5 times, that's what, 2.5 fucking minutes. So slowing it down, yeah, take about 5 minutes, and and not only did I tell him what to look for verbally, I sent him a long ass. No, it really wasn't long. It was probably like 10 minutes, but still, that's kind of long. I sent him a video because he really wanted me to um because I told him where to look, and then he's like, "I'm not understanding where exactly you want me to look." So I'm like, "All right, bet. I'm gonna show you something." So after that, I never received anything back. So I'm like, okay, yeah, he either got it. I would assume if he didn't get it, he would like hit me back and be like, "I never got it." Um, I even emailed him and said, "Hey, did you get it? I just want to make sure you got it." Never received nothing. So I'm hoping that happened. Let me check these comments. Yeah, like when Ozone didn't say anything about the other cop, I'm like, oh, like I know I'm not crazy now because I know other people saw the other cop. I know. And like cuz all right, cuz I'm going to keep it real. Whenever I was going over that at first, yes, like there was a situation where Ozone's shirt kind of like wrinkled up, and I showed y'all that before, and it literally what's crazy is when you pause it, it literally like wrinkles up, and it literally looks like a person's face. Like it was some supernatural shit because I was like, hold up, it's we get to see the person's face that is wrestling with them, you know. So, but then like I'm like, okay, that you really can't go off of that because it kind of does look like that's from his shirt, but that the you know I hope they do bring that up. But with like what a coach said, Ozone never said anything about another cop. With him that, only mentioning on the stand that he was dealing with Jason and nothing else. I just feel like how could he bring that up later on as an argument and be like, oh yeah, also yeah, there was a second cop that came to intimidate me too, you know? So I feel like the only thing I can think of is maybe if they was like, hey, we just found some crazy shit that we didn't see. I don't know, but it's really like pissing me off that because them bringing that up, I guarantee that's not gonna make it worse on Ozone. It's just gonna. I would feel like it would just make people be like, hold on, what the fuck? So the police department lied, you know. Some other shit that's gonna make Jason look like he's on some crooked shit because if they say if the police department really did not know he had a ride along or backup because they said he did not come with backup, but he did, you know, and shit, man. I just feel like if they was to show um if they was to show that video, slow it down, show it, I feel like bruh, it would just help. Hold up real quick. DOA, you over there playing my video? It would just help. Hold up real quick. You over there playing my video? You over there playing my video? You sure you want to do that? It would just help. Hold up real quick. You over there playing my video? You over there playing my video? You sure you want to do that? Bitch made motherfucker. How about that? Bitch made motherfucker. Listen to that. You fat funky ass confidential informant bitch. It's gonna be going to DC for clout because you see that AP is getting some clout. You know, as her, she kind of had like a semi-viral moment when she was standing behind that one dude, whoever the fuck his whatever his name is, you know. But yeah, I noticed that was actually on a few major news sources or whatever, and people thought that shit was funny that she had that sign up that basically saying Trump lost or whatever, and he's like trying to hit the sign down, you know. But fuck your B-Day, bitch. Yeah. People that you know, because Ant's fat ass doesn't want to work. He just wants to grift. He's a couch potato for real. You know, so the people out there that are trying to donate to him, they are stupid. They are stupid. You know what it is he's jealous of AP. You know, for real. Like AP really has on a y'all seen it. She probably got like literally. What's crazy is she's gained like 3,000 plus subscribers in the last couple months. Maybe in the last month. I haven't really been paying attention that close, but I know, like, for example, at one time recently too, I had more subscribers than her, right? And then boom, she moved up ahead of me. And then boom, she got 2,000, right? And then boom, 3,500. I said, damn. And then now it's like probably even 5,000. I don't fucking know. Like it just keeps moving up. But and that's what he wants. He wants to, you know, be the center. He wants that, like how she did, where, in my opinion, they're plants. They're plants. They're told and paid to do this shit. You know, stand behind them, blow a whistle, really make some noise and shit. You know, and now you already know. You already know. Like that's motivation for her to keep doing that. She's like, oh, certain news channels liked when I did that, so I'm gonna do it again. You know, I mean, straight up, like, but that's what he wants. He wants, and the fuck boy, he wants that same shit. He wants to be shown on the news and all this shit and drag costumes and shit, you know, because he said it. He's gonna be dressed up like a woman, you know, He's trying to get all these different costumes and shit. As I told y'all, that is COINTELPRO at its finest. Wearing costumes. This isn't cosplay shit. This is protest shit. So he's wearing costumes because that's what his handler probably told him. I guarantee that's what it is. You need to wear something, that's gonna make you stand out so that the cops don't arrest you. Because he going out there screaming, being obnoxious and doing all that shit. Like AP, for example. Y'all answer this for me real quick. It's all about views, y'all. It's all about attention and shit from what they do. She blows a whistle by somebody. So you do realize, like, for example, look, this is like a little survival bracelet. Look, right? You got a little whistle on it. That's because, yes, whistles sometimes are made for help me. If someone's attacking, you can blow a fucking whistle or whatever to draw attention. That's why bitches like Ant, when pressure's applied, when he's talking that shit and pressure's applied, boom, he starts yelling because he's trying to get attention. That's just like blowing a whistle. He just don't have a whistle, so his whistle is by screaming all loud and shit. And it's like, bruh, if you really want to do something, just do it. Stop talking shit. Stop yelling. Shut the fuck up and do something. But with AP blowing a fucking whistle, and they say, "Oh yeah, you're under arrest," but then she says the chief of police releases her. If y'all didn't think that not only was odd, is definitely some other extra shit going on. Y'all are a little slow. Y'all are a little slow. But those type people are leeches. Just I don't know. Like they aren't news sources. They think they are, but bruh, people, and it's for real. Like they think now I'm gonna keep it real. Like always, AP, her shit is way better than Ant's. Ant is just a troll. They're both trolls, but Ant really don't care. In a way, I kind of feel like AP make care a little, a little bit about what she says. I don't really know, but yeah, and he really don't give a fuck about nothing. He just wants to go out and disrupt shit, and he wants his job is to try to get people arrested and gather intel. He wants to try to make someone hit him so he can get him put in jail. And not just anybody. He wants people that are out there making noise, making problems for the police, anybody. Like, if think about it, like whistleblowers or just anybody out there that is got to let's just say, like, got some type of clout. If they're able to put out certain information and certain people don't want that information out there, they're gonna send motherfuckers like Ant to try to disrupt it or make him hit him. So now he can get arrested, and then boom, they get banned from that area that people normally protest at, like say the Freedom Corner shit. Yeah, See, wherever Ant is, I'm sure that's probably the most that y'all have ever seen him inside of a house. But yeah, I heard about him talking about oh yeah, I'm going back to DC. Yeah, because you need money. You need some motherfucking money, and not only that, you saw and you're seeing like on a daily AP's shit go up. Her subs go up. You're wanting that. You're wanting that. And you're also wanting to go viral like her. Like I'm sure he's probably trying to take some of her techniques on what she's doing. To me, like it's stupid the shit that she's doing. Like just because um you would think she's a. I mean, I'm gonna keep it real with you. In a sense, there is some type of bravery behind it because she got the balls to say what she says, go up in people's face and say it, but at the same time, like we all know, like certain shit can get a motherfucker smacked. Then once that happened, then that's whenever she wants to play victim and all this shit, you know. But it is what it is, I guess. There's those types of people in this world. Um, you know, but I think it's funny though that people think that I have to put that I've heard this. Trust me, I've heard this of many people. People are like, "Oh, you can't have a show unless you put this person in your title." Bro, I've proved that so many times that right there is bullshit. Bullshit. You know, they used to say that about Kendick, and I'm like I was getting more views and more, I had more subs, right? So I'm like, that don't make any sense. So you're telling me that I have to mention his name to get views? Then why is it he don't have more views than me just because of who he is? It just it's stupid. Like Ant fucking knows that there's a ton of people that don't like him that are subscribed to him just to comment, and because they want to see you get fucked up. They want to see you put yourself in a position because you like going out there trolling and shit. They want to see some action, even though there ain't ever gonna be no action. Besides maybe some arguments and shit, because you're a bitch. Look at the comments. So, all right, to the person that says she's still married, because which I've heard plenty of people say it, but you know, Ant Man can say all he wants, or he calls himself Ant Boy, and y'all know why he's calling himself Ant Boy. He wants to be a fucking proud boy, ain't that what they say? Proud of you, boy, and shit like that. It's an Ant Boy. Come on, this just read between the motherfucking lines. But I understand he got mad at her, and he's calling her a prostitute and all this shit, which I'm assuming with even if she was right, I'm assuming the reason he really don't like AP is because he couldn't even buy it. She still didn't even want to fuck him, even if he was to pay for it. Now I can't say that she is or isn't. I don't fucking know. Really, I've only heard that from him. So it could just be that he's hating that she never fucked him, you know. And I'm sure that he probably wanted to. Because shit, I'm sure he's willing to fuck anything. He'll fuck a pig. Look at his funky ass. You know, like this motherfucker's making fake ass fucking videos and shit with like talking about that he got what is it? I don't know. It was like a pool full of chicks, right? And then trying to basically make it look like my ex is with them or whatever. And I'm like, immature as fuck. You gotta make yourself feel good and feel like you're some player by having your little buddy that makes your videos and thumbnails to put you in a pool with some chicks to make you feel like you're a player. You're a weirdo. It's not my fault you can't get no chick, you know. And I don't know where the fuck. Just because somebody says it, don't mean it's true. Fact is fact, but just because someone says it, don't mean it's true. But I've seen now 3 people, and one of them is the fat fuck that the funky motherfucker. You know what I'm talking about? The funky motherfucker. He's a dude of many names, right? Let's just call him Funky Chunky, Chunky Funky, whatever you want to fucking say, Funky Chunky. Funky Chunky started saying shit like, "I'm single," and I'm like, it's just funny when motherfuckers think they know me, or think they know about what's going on in my life and all this shit. Bruh, you're wrong. I'm not single at all. I know you wish that I was single and couldn't get no coochie and shit like that, but that's you. You're the one that don't get no motherfucking coochie because you stink, Chunky Funky, and you ain't got no motherfucking game, and you're weird. You're weird as fuck. Which I know it is the truth. Everybody out there has somebody that everybody can link with somebody. But I mean, I haven't known about him. I learned about him this year? So not that long. But so I mean I don't know about his past. But does anyone on here know of him having a girl? I think half the time to push out there to get info at Boss or Single. Yeah, like there's no way to find out unless, I mean, even if I tell you I'm not single, that y'all don't have to believe it. Someone could say he's lying. Or someone could just be like, yeah, I believe him, But at the end of the day, there's really no way to prove that I'm taken or not taken. I could have a female come in and be like, "Ain't we together?" I could have just told her, "Hey, just say we're together." This is internet shit. My real life shit, my real fucking life, off of the fucking camera. Just like I don't know what the fuck y'all do. Y'all don't know what I be doing. Y'all can think y'all do, but honestly, to be real, like I don't care if a motherfucker thinks I'm single or not. I don't, for real. Like, what is that gonna do for you or me if I'm single. I mean, I know y'all think y'all can try to like crack jokes and be like, "Oh, Boss is single." First of all, if I was single, that would be a great thing for me. In a sense, meaning, oh, bro, I could be the biggest motherfucking player out there. Multiple women a day. Not, oh, I'm gonna just find something new every day. No, it used to be wild for me. I used to try to top the limit, see what's the most I could get in one day. You know, like in high school and shit, four chicks in a day. You know, almost getting caught up because I would have it set up. I'll be like, hey, we can kick it from like noon to like 2:30, and I have the other chick showing up at 3. It's like, yeah, I can kick it at 3. But then one of the chicks be like taking so long to leave, be wanting to keep their arms around my neck and shit. And it's like, no, I'm like, no, I really gotta go, like for real. I'll be like, the homie's about to pick me up. I'll stay here till he picks you up. No, I'll be having to come up with all types of shit. And literally one day I almost got fucking caught doing that shit, because yeah, you don't want to mess or like chicks that know each other that are friends. They don't want to tell each other, oh yeah, we're messing with the same guy. So yeah. It was like this. I mean, it actually happened a couple times, but they was literally passing each other, and I said, "Oh my god!" All they would have had to have done is look over and seen who it was, and be like, "Oh no," because they would have known that she's coming over for me. I ain't gonna lie. And then I was in this one situation. She was wild as fuck. Oh my god. One of the chicks actually pulled up on me. She wasn't even supposed to come. I guess she was just like, let me drop by, because I was at the homies. Let me just drop by his house and see if he's there. I had just got done sitting there like hugging on this chick and shit. And you know, she was about to leave. So I'm just out there chopping it up with her. And the homie was sitting there too. She pulls up, and I was single, but I was also talking to other chicks. So when she pulled up, this chick kind of thought we were gonna be a thing, and yeah. So basically, I'm like, oh shit, and I'm like, and damn, I almost said the homie's name, but I was like, hey, bro, and I looked at her and I said, just so we don't have any problems, like just act like you're here for him. And then she kind of looked at me like, damn, like that's crazy. So which I already gave her a hug by and shit, but no, she pulled up, and then she kind of looked like, who the fuck is she? So I just like, shit, let's hop in the car. And yeah, we took off, and then of course she's like, who is that chick? And I'm like, oh, this is someone that blah 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 is talking to. But yeah, yeah, women can be crazy. All of them are. All of them are crazy. All of them are. They can be crazy. But what I say is women women get crazy whenever well, of course, when they're disrespected, or they feel like if they're being cheated on, for sure they're gonna they want revenge. They're gonna do something, like whether it's, yeah, but all jealousy. I guess you could break it down to that. It could be insecurity, jealousy, or just they ain't going for no fucking disrespect. Well, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. the comment that was just saying, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I didn't say I don't like women. I didn't say that. So I don't know what that would do, you know. I'm the stories I was just telling you about is just uh uh, bro, that was high school. I was telling y'all a story back in high school. I mean, if y'all was on that same shit in high school doing this, it's just it was all about not wanting to hurt a woman. Well, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what it was about. Like motherfuckers say shit like, "Well, if you don't want to hurt him, then why would you cheat?" Well, bruh, I was single, so at the same time that some of the chicks I would be talking to, they would think we could be something. Because yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I'll play along to get what I was wanting, but at the same time, like yeah, when those combos came up, like, cause look, I ain't gonna lie, there was certain chicks that was like, look, if you ain't trying to be serious, then then I'm not trying to like keep doing this because they're basically like already pretty much falling in love and shit, and they're like, I ain't trying to continue this and then end up getting my heart broke, and I'm like not wanting to end that either because I'm fucking with them. I'm cool with them. I like them, but I also didn't want to be, you know, cuffed up. So there was that too. But I mean, yeah, I think it's funny that I think it's funny though that you know, little fuck boys, uh, little haters, you know, funky chunky. You know, I know he just be trying to do shit because he thinks it's funny. He's immature as fuck. He's immature. He's immature as fuck. Um, but yeah, they think they're getting important information. I think it's stupid. Um, in my opinion, and hit the link. Hit the link. Let's talk about we can talk about your soon to be trip back to DC, and then talk about whatever else. Hit the link. Like, I mean, shit. Clearly, shit. We could talk about it all. This ozone stuff. Now I can't say that somebody may not cuss you out if you say something disrespectful because you know. But yeah, we know what's up with you, bro. We know the page that you're on right now. Well, really, even the bigger page you have. It's immature. You're immature as fuck. But the other one, the streamer wars, um, yeah. We all know you really want it to be race wars because that's what you want. You want a race war. Just like you even said you wanted to start a race war. You know, Funky Chunky. Well, see, the thing about it is he's worried about this case because he wants to be involved in as much as he can. So he hit the link. So let's bring Funky Chunky on to the show, y'all. Funky Chunky.
Funky Chunky. What's up, buddy?
You like the Funky Chunky name?
Well, yeah, there's actually a song out there too. I've you guys. I'm talking to everyone in my chat. We got music playing. We had some fiddle playing, so I'm working. We got the whole setup here. See how long it takes to switch over. Yeah, so you didn't like that. You didn't like the Nikki the little Nikki troll?
I mean, it wasn't that I didn't like it. I just was like, it's kind of immature because I mean, I understand you can't get women, but to make yourself feel like you're a player by making, and I know you didn't make the picture. I know who did, but for you to put women behind you, I don't care who it is, but for you to put women behind you, it's like, bro, come on. That toot your horn to make you feel like, oh yeah, I'm some motherfucking Hugh Hefner or some shit. You know, when you know you ain't got that shit going on.
I'm gay.
I bet.
Well, you have something against gay people?
No, I don't.
Okay, so what's the issue?
I mean, I already knew something like that was going on. You wear dresses. You dress up like a woman.
Yeah. I think I look pretty good for my size. I got a pretty smile.
I wouldn't know nothing about that. I just know you look funky and chunky.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, beauty's in the eye of the beholder there, Darren. So what do you think about Ozone? He's going to go to jail for a long time, I think, here.
Oh, you think?
Yeah,
Well,
it's clear there wasn't another cop or anything, so that theory of yours was wrong.
No, there was another cop. You
But
just
he
have
didn't.
just because he hasn't spoke on it or anything like that, that doesn't mean that it's not true. All you got to do is look at the I can pull up the picture right now and show you that there was a second cop.
Well, he didn't raise it in his defense, so it must have not have been that important.
I mean, there he is right there. But I mean, it's not over with. You know.
Have you been watching the trial? Have you been watching it or no?
Clearly.
I mean, it's the social media accounts that he said on Instagram afterwards where he said, fuck 12, Black Power. That's the one I think they're having. He played it over and over again, too. So I wonder how he got that. Footage. I guess they were having the footage of his Instagram post.
The FBI can get anything.
Oh, interesting.
The FBI is literally that's what I'm saying. Like, cause you know that you like bandwagon shit. You like hopping on shit so you can get some views and shit. But at the beginning, when it all happened, it was like the second day. What they did was they went to his Instagram. They had it shut down, but they wanted access. They wanted to have access, and it might have been the second or third day. I can't remember, but they had watched every video. They said they watched every single video that he had ever posted. So yeah, even though it was down, they had access to it. So yeah, I mean, regardless of them repeatedly playing it, I mean, it really doesn't make a difference.
You don't think that makes a difference? Someone saying that they're gonna kill a cop, or they say fuck 12, and They say fuck 12 and Black Power a day after they executed a Daytona Beach police officer. You don't think that matters at all?
No, but
No.
the video you're talking about, you're saying the day after. So you don't got your facts together. That video was made basically while he was on the road, and as he stated, because when he said something about don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with y'all.
Yeah.
He said, "Was you talking about the cops?" And he said, "No, I was talking about anybody that doesn't look at me as human."
Well,
So
that was his response. But I mean, I've been
mm,
to enough. I was in Minneapolis when I was walking around, and there was a bunch of like fuck 12 things all over the place. I mean, it's pretty clear that there's fuck the police. I mean, which is fine to say, but I mean, probably not the best thing to say right after you kill a cop. I think that might be the spot where it's a sticking point, right? Can you see that? How that could be an issue?
no.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
You don't think you don't think maybe some type of remorse or something might have been a better thing for a self defense thing, or not really? Just fuck
remorse.
Whitey.
Remorse. So if somebody came in, if you like I don't think you got kids, but let's just say someone that's younger that like your niece that you can't be around. Like if you was asleep and someone broke in and they was like trying to kidnap her or some shit or doing something like that, I'm not even gonna
Yeah.
say because it's just that's crazy, but
Okay.
crazy. And in self-defense and her protection, you shoot him and kill him. You're telling me that you're gonna say some sweet shit after that, like, oh yeah, like I'm sure he was a good guy, or no, I really highly doubt that you would. Yeah.
If I was in a situation like that, I would probably go on Instagram in hiding and say I feared for my life and I shouldn't have. I had to kill that officer, but that's not what happened. He went on Instagram. He said "fuck the police" basically, and
That's not
Black
true.
Power. What's not
Black
true about
power,
that, James?
black power. Um,
I fucking love white power.
well, good for you, But see, black power and white power are different.
Oh, it is. Okay. This
Yeah,
is like the race wars, huh?
well, you're the one that likes race wars, but like I said, it's different.
I love race wars.
The white power shit was said literally to say that white people have more power than anybody else and shit like that. Black power was literally made to empower black people because they had no power.
All right. So because of the adjective before the power, it changes as one is racist and one is not.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I can't say white power.
I mean, you can say what you want, Scotty, but um, you know, it is what it is. Like we know you're racist, so you saying whatever you want. You want to be a Proud Boy, you can do what you want, but at the
This one's
end,
new. I like
at
this. I like this
the
new one. When you start saying I was a proud boy? That one's new.
end, well, didn't you recently put Ant Boy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
BOI.
I mean, of course you're gonna spell it that way and make it look a little different, bro. Like
But
you're a,
boy's kind of like a
you're
bitch.
you're a
Boy doesn't mean
confident.
proud boy. They now people put BOI on the end of proud boy to kind of call the proud boys bitches,
Well,
but
you're a
it's not.
confident informant, though. Ain't there a
Oh,
lot of
well, no,
confidential.
I have a handler, man. It's like different than being an informant. Like I have to ask for permission from the handler. He made me do a whole buy me a coffee thing where you guys could fund and upgrade my van. I do a bunch of different van upgrades now.
A handler for okay, so why do you have a handler?
Well, because you really can't be an agent without having a handler. They tell you kind of the narrative that you want to push. If you know what
Yeah,
protests need to be disrupted, things like that, of
yeah,
that sort.
that's what I've been saying. But the way you said it a second ago was as if I was wrong. I mean, I
Well,
know how.
I never said you were wrong. Maybe you don't get. Maybe you don't understand who my handlers are, but
The
I
FBI.
mean, well, see, that's where I'm not sure, man. There's a lot of alphabet agencies out there, man, and to really limit yourself just to the FBI is really kind of cutting it. I told
Okay,
you that
well then,
I did have an interview with the FBI to be a confidential informant, but they didn't take me. Well,
who
no,
did?
they did not take me. I said no thanks.
Well, who took you? Like, just I guess we can cut to the chase like that. Like,
Well, I can't. I mean, you really think as an agent, like an actor, like I'm really just going to tell you like who I'm working for? Like, don't you think that would blow my cover?
well, if you're sitting here saying that you're an informant, don't you think that's blowing the cover?
Um. Well, I'm not telling you the agency, so they don't really know. I have been given permission to stir up the little race wars here, but that's it. I don't know if you heard of Boneface. He's part of that mission too.
Okay, so just I mean, I'm just trying. If you can't even say the
Autocrat.
agency, you can tell the mission. That don't make sense,
Well, I could tell you like kind of the narrative. I mean, 'cause no one's going to believe you. You got what, maybe 20, 30 people in there? No one's going to believe this shit. They
bro.
just
You
think,
know, enough people believed it to where they had a sign outside of Freedom Corner. I made people put shit on. I didn't make them, but I put the information out there, and they made a fucking sign on Freedom Corner saying that
oh,
you're a confidential informant. So
oh, so
you can say
you influenced
23
Tommy's.
people. You can
Yeah.
say it's 23 people. That's fine. But you and I both know I reached the right people.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously so. I mean, you reach someone in D.C. down in the federal prison, man. I mean, talk about really having some pull out there on the YouTube streets, man. You might get like 40,000 followers on Twitter and really make a difference in the world here.
I'm not really wanting that many. That's to
Uh,
me,
too much work.
10,000.
Yeah.
I just honestly, I got a lot of shit that I be doing throughout my life. So even doing this today, this early, this ain't normal for me.
Oh, it's
I'm,
throwing
I'm,
off your schedule. It's throwing off the hustle.
yeah, exactly. Like I'm cool with that because, um, you know, this has to. It's about Ozone. You know, his life is literally on the line. So that's why, I didn't go live. I can't be doing this every day, but um yeah, I didn't go live yesterday, so I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and do it today. And literally right when I was about to get ready to go live, boom, Ozone hops on the stand. I said, oh shit, damn. So
Yeah. You should be
uh,
coming back up here soon. I think
yeah,
they're going
but
to give him. I think they're going to give him 20 to life, man. It's looking like it.
so you, like I just said, his life is on the line. Not
Yeah. Yeah.
he's
So
facing the death penalty.
yeah, Kendrick's
That's
still in jail, right?
He'll be in jail. Like I mentioned before, he'll be in here longer, even after y'all vote for the next president. But
He didn't
because
kill a cop, did he? He got set up
set,
by the cops, didn't he?
set up,
Yeah,
he got in trouble.
his house got raided right before the Breonna Taylor cop by the
That's not why
officers.
he's in jail.
But
That's not
that's
why he's
correct.
in
Is that
jail.
correct? Is that correct that he was violated by the police officers?
He was selling cocaine, right?
Yeah, yeah. Who
Brett
cares?
Hankinson.
Yeah,
Just
yeah. I
understand where
know.
I'm going with
Brett and him were running fucking some hookers and fucking and some
and
blow.
they
Yeah,
and they have fallen out. So
yeah,
if you
yeah,
have
yeah,
fallen out with a cop, right,
yeah.
or a detective, what the fuck do you think they're gonna probably do if they know that you're doing something illegal and they're a fucking cop or a detective? The best revenge, I would assume, for a cop is to be like, "Oh, I'm about to do what I got to do to get here."
So you're happy that Kendrick's in jail because the officer
No,
fucked him over a bad cocaine deal? Is that what you're saying?
listen.
black
I'm not
man.
cool with anybody being in jail unless they're a rapist. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
All right. So
But
you're not happy that
but
Kendrick's in jail.
I've never said ever that I was
Well, there's
happy.
white boys. I'm not happy that Kendrick's in jail. Now there might have been some issues with his previous domestic abuse things. By the way, Ozone has some domestic abuse things too, doesn't he? Did he beat his pregnant girlfriend?
That's just someone trying to throw dirt on his name.
So you're saying that that's fake news?
From what I heard.
Have you done anything to verify those receipts, or is it just your receipts are already live?
The certain people I've talked to, which I'm not gonna put their names out there.
Okay.
And shit,
Well, they seem to got all the information about Kendrick, and I don't think Kendrick's stuff had gone through kind of yet. Actually, I think he went through some contempt proceedings.
Well, check it out. So
I'm curious why this black man who was assaulted by the police officers and fucked over by some fucking cocaine. Who gives a fuck about some
It don't
cocaine?
have nothing to do with that.
Oh, okay.
That happened in 2019. He thought that he was going to have this $5 to $10 million, even more, lawsuit to sue them. He don't have shit. But
well, he's in a cage, right?
Here's the thing: he's in the cage for contempt.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So
you think the honkies? You think the honkies aren't in control of the white judges in the courts and stuff?
Well, check it out. He fucks himself over. You know what I'm saying? Because when when you're in the court, if you
gotta be the bitch to the judge. You gotta show respect and a bitch to the white judges.
You don't have to be a bitch, but we both know once you go step out of line, they have the right to fucking put you in contempt. That's just how it is.
But I mean, we're talking about we're talking about a black man who's probably being racially profiled in that by Brett Hankinson and going after him. I don't understand. I'm confused why you guys defend and talk about Kendrick's past as this alleged domestic abuser, but like Ozone's got domestic abuse on pregnant women and like it's not a big deal. I don't fucking understand that.
Well, here's the thing. You don't have proof about Ozone doing that. I have proof that Kendrick did that shit to both of his recent
and he was charged with assault.
I mean, I don't remember exactly the charge.
What do you mean? You got proof? How the fuck? What's the charge?
I got proof. Like I said,
what's the charge?
This shit, it's like a few different charges. You know, like for example, like holding her against her will.
So kidnapping.
It didn't say kidnapping. It was something else, but it's along those lines. I just don't want to mix up the wording.
No, let's not do that.
And someone that's listening, matter of fact, I might have hold on. I'm sure I have it in someone's messages. But basically right now he's in jail for contempt. He got moved because he's a fucking snitch, something that you know about.
Yeah, no, I'm fully aware of snitching.
So all right, so it's unlawful imprisonment. That's the one that I was thinking of. That it's not kidnapping, but unlawful imprisonment, first degree, intimidating, participating in the process, assault, fourth degree, dating violence, distribution of sexually explicit images without consent, disseminating personally identifying information, and harassing communications.
Yeah, he put out some. He was a real shady, and he put out some pictures of his ex-girlfriend and some sex shit or something, correct?
Yeah, like I mean, he even put out a video of one of his ex giving him head. You know, so
yeah. Charged with a crime for that. I don't understand why it's wrong for one person and then not
you can't be charged. You can't be charged until you go to court, and this is how it's gonna go. Look, he's in jail right
all
now.
These are alleged. You're telling me that this is a black man facing a legend.
Let me talk, bro. He is in jail right now. He's in jail right now because of contempt. When he gets done with that, because he basically got sentenced to like a year and 9 months. So he'll be out like in 2025. Or no, sorry, he won't be out. He will be done with the contempt shit. But then after that, he has a $10,000 bond from the most recent chick that he assaulted, and then he had I'm not sure the bond on the other, but he ain't gonna be able to pay that, and neither is the people that are cool with him. So he's gonna be in there and for that, and he's also gonna be going to court for all that. He's gonna lose that for sure. I'm telling you, he's gonna lose that. But the reason I'm sure you may have wondered why he got moved, like I just said, he's a snitch. He started snitching, saying that there was drugs in the jail. How are you gonna be somebody that used to sell cocaine, then start snitching on people for having drugs in the jail? So you and I both know drug users, abusers that are addicted and they need the shit. They're gonna be pissed off when that shit gets cut off, and now they're gonna be withdrawing and all this shit. Even the people that's in there making money are gonna be pissed off as well. So he was getting his fucking ass beat in jail. That's something that you don't know, and a lot of other people don't know. This information is that I'm telling you right now. It's like some breaking news shit. Cause I've been knowing about it. I just haven't spoke on it. He was getting his ass beat in jail. The fucking brakes beat off his ass. He wanted to act like he didn't know why he was being moved. He got moved because he got his fucking ass beat. What, you left because I literally was talking bad about your boyfriend? Gay boy. Gay boy. I didn't even see you fucking hit the link. Like on fucking Restream, like whenever I have like certain tabs up, it just like stacks up. I wish it
What up? Shalom, brother.
Shalom.
I was about to go in on his ass too, because I'm sitting here like, why you even got an answer for why you defending one black person, why you not defending the other one? It don't matter. One person's life is on the line. Free Ozone, by the way. One person's life is on the line. Somebody else made decisions that put them behind bars. Ain't nobody gonna be out here vouching for you just because you want to make bad decisions and choose the wrong women that you gotta abuse. Ain't
Hold
nobody
on, real quick. Cause hey, you don't have to like re-hit the link because it's saying no video feed, and it doesn't show you have any bars, so you'll have to re-hit the link. But so I'm gonna click remove guest. You have to hit it again because I don't know why it's messing up.
Yeah, that's weird.
That way you can holler at them.
All right, but yeah. So I'm like, you ain't gotta answer them on why you defending one person and not the other. He trying to trip you up and throw it off the fact that we was talking about Ozone. Forget all. I mean, like,
it's simply
like one thing is like this dude invited them women over. He recorded that. He decided to record that, and he decided to put it out publicly and do all that stuff. Ozone didn't. He just got out of work. He didn't decide any of that. He was accosted and his rights was violated, and he didn't ask for any of that shit. It don't matter what he said because he got the freedom of speech. It don't matter if you say fuck 12, 13, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. None of that shit matters because he got the freedom of speech. So he can say all that shit and he can say whatever he wanted to after, especially in a high stress area. And you talking about a situation like, well, I would have did this. Have you ever been on trial for something like that? Stop speaking on what you would have did. I would have tied my shoes with my left hand. Of course you would, because you weren't in that situation. So why are you over here trying to say what you would have did in a situation that you've never been in, that you never want to be in, but you're going to say what somebody else should do and they're in that situation? Makes no sense to me. And then you over here, why aren't you looking out for this person? First off, this dude's trial isn't big enough to even be publicized. Second of all, I'm not going to defend an abuser. Third of all, you are talking about an alleged allegation. You're talking about an alleged allegation with somebody he still has a good relationship with. Now, as far as the people that you're talking about, what he did, Do he have any personal relationships with any of those women that he abused? No, Kendrick does not. So we're sitting here vouching for somebody. We're supposed to vouch for somebody that's abusing women, knowing we're married, knowing we have daughters, and then another person that hasn't, and he's raising his daughters and could have been engaged at the time. So I'm like, why would I be defending this person that would more so quicker abuse my daughter or my wife if he was close to her than another guy that would protect her? That's why I'm not on here vouching for this random guy, because I don't want my daughter being abused. I don't want my wife abused. How about that? And I want to expose people that do that type shit. It's not okay. So I'm not about to keep going. I'm not about to defend myself on why I'm not defending this person. I tell you, because I have daughters. Yeah, because I have a wife. That's why. Plain simple. Now, from a single perspective, and somebody that don't have kids, you can defend whoever you want to. Pedophiles, whatever, murderers, whatever you want to do. But for somebody that vows to protect women specifically, no matter what shade they are, that's why I'm not vouching for this dude or standing up for him in any kind of way. And then he get a female judge and disrespect her. He has no respect for women. I'm not gonna help him out.
He don't respect kids either. He threatened to kill my kid.
Yeah, exactly.
He
So
don't
why
take
am
care of
I
his
why
kids.
am I vouching for him? Why would I be trying to put a foot in to help this person when he is more so likely going to cause my family or my dear ones harm? It sounds crazy. Doesn't matter if somebody is on trial for killing a cop. That does not matter. He still has not yet to be found guilty. And two, he was put into that position. He didn't saw out none of that. He didn't look for a cop to harm. He didn't put himself in a predicament to harm a cop. He was literally at home in his own fucking property and was assaulted. And then he responded. You put your hands on me, I get the right to respond the way I feel. And especially when I am in fear for my life. You are an armed person that assaulted me. And I'm not supposed to respond in likeness? You sound crazy. So that's all I really wanted to say. Like I said, man, free Ozone. I ain't want to cut this dude off, but he was just getting on my goddamn nerves with all these damn questions. And I understand that, you know, Kendrick might have mental issues, and we can support that from a distance. But I can't support just because you got mental issues. It's homeless people that got mental issues. But if they put their hands on my kids or my wife, I don't give a fuck what their mental issue is. I'm gonna send them to the Most High and let Him deal with it. Him correct his mind, because I'm not gonna think twice about that. So when it comes to shit like that, I ain't got prayer hands for him. I ain't gonna put prayer hands on his fucking head. That's what you thought was going on. So I don't know what he thinking. He just came over here to troll and shit. But to be honest, fuck all that shit. That dude, he done beat like the last 3-4 girls he ever fucking crossed the street with. I'm straight. And he stalk women. He make women feel like prey. How can I support that? You actually cause fear out here. You're actually a menace. You actually got women losing sleep. And then when you get in trouble for beating on women, your ass will fucking snitch on every dude you know. And then everybody around you lose their job, even cops, everything else. You like you said, King Bridge Burner. He fuck everybody life up. And he keep doing it. And then we supposed to just vouch for that. So why? He can fuck my life up? He can't, because I keep him way past arm's distance. And that's how everybody else should.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, another thing though, I hope that his Ozone's lawyers got to talk to him for a second, tell him to hold down his composure a little bit. I know he was getting frustrated over them posts that he wanted to keep reiterating because he wasn't playing the whole thing. And he was trying to make that shit out of, really kind of pull it out of context, if it makes sense. Like, yeah, the context is the situation that just happened. But he also was responding to the things that happened up until that point. I mean, like he also was responding to George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, also the man that got killed for the no knock warrant in Georgia. Like he was responding as far as pigs in that instance. He had no idea Jason Rayner was going to approach him that night, or even in the future, period, point blank. He had no reason for him to. And that's another reason that I hope that the lawyers talk to him. Like, talk to him on why they approach. How long was you sitting there? Probably like 2-3 minutes. I was just getting my stuff out of my car. I have no idea why an officer would approach me. And that's why I was asking questions. Why didn't you just sit down? Because I'm a free man. My first name free, my last name man. And I'm in my own place of property. And when I'm in my own place of property, don't nobody tell me to sit or stand or pee or scratch my head.
Yeah, I was hoping he kind of like said it like that, like, because I'm like, man, he's just like basically just saying he had the right to do that, but he should have, like, whenever he was like, why wouldn't you listen to him? Because he never said, sir, you're detained, or
nope. He never identified himself. He didn't do none of that. And like he said, he was blinded by the lights. I didn't know this was an officer until he put his hands on me, until I was already assaulted. And then why did I even shoot? I'm scared because I'm being choked by some rent-a-cop. I didn't even know he was a police officer. I ain't see no badge. I see a motherfucker in a bodysuit or a bulletproof vest and a motherfucking and a gun on their hip, choking my ass out with my shirt. I'm scared as hell. I did not know when I came in my driveway that I was gonna get choked out on next to my goddamn car. Never, like he said, my worst fear was coming true right in front of my eyes. Like, yeah, you don't know how you're gonna react until you get into that situation. So for somebody to sit here and say, "Oh, well, I would have did this after," yo, you've never been on trial for nothing serious, not no attempted, not no murder, not no capital, nothing. So for you to sit here and say, "Oh, this is what I would have said," and having remorse, they just gonna send your ass up the road for having remorse. He only nervous and his voice is trembling because he knows the consequences of failing this test that he has right now. Like, this is a test for his life. This ain't no test like, oh yeah, you answer the question in bad, you go home and try again. He don't get to fucking try again. So he frustrated in that idea, and he frustrated that he was placed in that situation. He did nothing wrong to be placed in that situation. Besides allegedly some other car in the area that possibly could have been there or not, that had nothing to do with him. How was he supposed to be mentally prepared for that? If my mans would have told him immediately that he was investigating a stolen vehicle the same color, the de-escalation would have started immediately. Because like I told my lady, if a cop pulled me over and say, "Hey, look, there's a guy in a yellow shirt just robbed a bank," and I know I ain't been at Bank of America in fucking 2 weeks, I'm more compliant now because I know you ain't got shit on me. You want my ID? Look, we can sit here on the side of the road and wait until y'all find that motherfucker because I know I ain't did shit. I know I ain't robbed no bank. You ain't gonna see no bank statement in this bitch or nothing like that. So when it comes down to that, if I don't know, then yeah, I'm gonna be an asshole. What you pulled me over for? No, license red. What did you pull me over for? I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Go, hey, get your sergeant. Get your sergeant on duty right now, because I'm not you can't tell me what you pulled me over for. Now I'm being an asshole. And until the sergeant get here, I'm just gonna remain silent. I'm gonna choose to use my words properly. I do not answer questions. Now I'm being an asshole, like I said. But if you tell me what you're looking for or what you got going on, then we might be able to work this out. And I do that with any man, not just no police officer. Any man. You're not about to come over here and interrogate me or question me like I'm one of your peasants or peons. You need to talk to me like a man. Tell me what's going on. If you don't see me as a human being, then now we definitely got a problem. So, like I said, I don't think he had time to process the shit. The shit actually went quick. I really feel like the body camera was longer, like you were saying, but it sucks that they ain't gonna show us the whole damn thing. I feel like they could show it all the way up into the point where the first responding officer got there. But they won't even do that.
Bro, this man, when he was on the stand, that shit was stressful, bro.
Mm-hmm. Super stressful. Because they was really trying to question him, make him they was trying to get his anger to pop out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's crazy because he's trying to hold his composure because it's like you really playing these word games with me and you don't know what's on the line right now. Like, chill. It ain't funny. This ain't no game. But that's why I say he got to just answer his questions calmer and just stress the fact that he was fearing for his life. Like, that's the only thing that you got going for you because, I mean, you had all rights too. Like, they blinding you with the lights. You don't know that there's allegedly another vehicle that looked like yours in the area. So you have no idea what's going on. Somebody just put a bright ass light in your face and then tell you to sit down and start putting their hands on you. You react. He just did a long shift at work, spent some time with his kids, got home and it's dark. Got one foot out the car ready to leave. I mean, go inside the house and eat, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Like, to you, there's no mental reps in between that. You wasn't thinking, oh, when I pull up to the driveway, this is about to happen. So when you trying to put this post and then the actions that happen and then this post together, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like I was sitting here mentally thinking my entire day that I was about to do this. I didn't do anything to bring on the situation. Was I supposed to get my car painted today? Like, if I got my car painted red today, would all of this have been avoided? It's crazy as hell. Or I rode my motorcycle. If I had a Doberman in the back seat, probably would have been straight. The Doberman would have been going for that shit. He would have kept some distance. But
Bro, I ain't gonna lie that because since these 2 years we've been theorizing, trying to figure out what we think happened. So when I heard him say like, I dug down, and, I let the shot off, and I'm like, hold up. So I turned the camera off to let it keep playing, and took my phone. I went in there and I kept replaying it, and I'm like, yeah, no, I don't. Did he say that? And then whenever he officially let it be known how it happened, he pulled his gun out. I'm like, bro, even like how quick it was, because it was just a scuffle. He pulled that shit out fast because, like I said, I slowed it down. And when he said get the fuck back, I even paused it on that and zoomed in, and yeah, it didn't show a gun in his hand even then, like that,
right.
bro. That shit's crazy. Of
But
course,
yeah, that's just some John Wick shit. But I mean, if he was in any other situation, they would have just classified it as self-defense. You know what I mean? If it was any other person, like any other person that approached you and did that shit, they wouldn't even have questioned it. You know what I mean? Like, it's only because the biggest gang in America, the sixth unit of the government is attacked. You know what I'm saying? And they don't go for that shit. So it's crazy. It's sickening. They ain't come back yet. That judge be taking long ass breaks. Yeah. Taking long ass breaks. I just hope that, like I said, I just hope that spot is not the city that he got transferred to is not a cop shop. Like, there's a city here in Texas where it's like 300 civilian citizens live here, and 260 of them work for the department in some way. Either they like janitors or dispatchers. So it's like, if you got moved to that city, and they ask for some jurors there, you cooked, because all of them support, the police station. So it's like some places that they had you move to is really putting you in a bad spot. So I'm hoping that his jurors is really his peers. I'm hoping that they really his peers and they actually can see his point of perspective. Like, I don't think they stressing the fact of like why this all happened enough. For me, that's what really bothering me too, because it's like, what did he do? How was he supposed to know? And then on top of that, they're like, why didn't you sit down? Who taught you that you had to listen to police officers? I didn't go to school and learn that. I didn't go to law school, so I didn't know. I didn't know what detained meant until I was 30 some years old. I didn't know there was a difference between being arrested and detained. Even if I have been previously arrested, I was arrested. I never was detained before, where I was standing in a spot that I physically could not move until another human being told me I was free to move. Like, I never knew that was even a thing. So like, some of this stuff they thinking is common knowledge, and it's not. I'm sorry, I didn't uh grow up like blue bloods, and I sat at the table next to my detective uncle and my DA auntie. You know what I'm saying? Some of this stuff is not common knowledge. So like, with that being said, he wasn't told he was detained. He was trying to get space in the situation. Like, come on, like, we all need a little breather real quick, apparently, because you came in a little hot. Came in like, soon as the video starts, you already in the front of your vehicle, you're already in the front of my vehicle, and then next thing I know, from the bright ass light, you cross that light, and then you at my fucking door. That draws defensiveness to anybody. Can you approach a cop like that? If a cop was about to get out of cop car door, if I'm armed or not, and I had him blinded with my bright ass light, and I walk up inside his car door, I'm already inside your property, damn near. But I mean, they not stressing that either, which is crazy. But yeah, man, I think they need to go at it again, and go about it a different way. As far as go to the step-by-step process of everything. I know they were trying to go through like police policy, but I don't really care what a police policy is. I'm still trying to figure out, in this situation right here, why was he approached the way he was? Like, if you were investigating a stolen vehicle, how does that stop your investigation by knowing if he lives here or not? How does that help your investigation? Like, if people were standing outside of the vehicle, would they have all been questioned and detained? No, you would immediately call for them. Why didn't you tell people that you might potentially have a vehicle you were looking for, or anything? Nothing. You did it after you physically touched somebody. You place hands on somebody, which is, in police policy, I'm guessing, one of the ways that y'all actually not necessarily interrogate people, but that's still a physical action. I don't think every time you discharge your weapon, you should only have to tell the department, but you should also be telling the department when you in interaction with people. And I can understand if you getting to know the community, so you having consensual conversations, but that wasn't a consensual conversation if you forcing somebody to sit. So it just seems like it already was starting off as a detainment, and you hadn't even acknowledged who you were yet, or why I'm being detained. So, like I said, this all, as a man that is a protector of his environment, his empire, his kingdom, these are defensive. If somebody was to shine a bright light into my living room and then I hear a bang at the door, I'm gonna be defensive. Like, why is there this bright ass light coming through my fucking house? You know what I'm saying? So it's just it was a whole bunch of situations. One, that I don't think he could have prepared for, and two, that they're not acknowledging, but they letting him enter in all this information about tobacco stick that may or may not have impaired his thought process. So that's why I'm like, well, y'all doing that, but y'all won't let, and y'all doing all this stuff as far as character witnessing with Ozone, but you're not going into this guy's character. Like, he's done some Johnny Bravo shit before. He's also abused a woman. She won't speak out. I've tried to communicate with her. I mean, especially after the death, I'm sure she definitely didn't want to mention anything, but she was threatened, pulled out the car, ass beaten, everything, thrown on the car, head injury. So it's not like he was just gonna automatically do Ozone just right if he would have just listened to everything he said. That don't guarantee his safety.
Hey, do you know why they kicked Y2 Kenyon out? Like I heard something. He like said something to one of the attorneys or some shit, but apparently he got kicked out.
Mm. Well, I think he was making comments to the judge, in the middle of the examination and shit. And
He said knew better of that. He does. He knows better on he knows he ain't supposed to do that because I mean he's an attorney, right?
Yeah, he's supposed to be like a lawyer from somewhere.
Yeah, and that sucks too because like I know he had to take a trip to get there, and now if he's like I don't know if they just kicked him out for today or if they're like nope, if they're that's gonna be crazy if they said that he can't come back at all because you know he took a trip
Right.
to
Well,
go.
I mean, I believe they probably did kick him out for the remainder of the trial because I mean, unless I don't know, unless the judge just wasn't really paying attention to what the fuck he was really tripping on, he might allow him back in, but I think he probably gonna be kicked out for the remainder of the trial.
Well, shit, bro. I hate to like be super quick on this. I gotta go pick the kids up. Damn, right whenever I say I gotta go pick the kids up, motherfucking court goes. It starts right back.
Yeah, man. Shit, my kids had a half a day today, so shit, they already been tucked in. But yeah, shit, I'm gonna stay on this because I want to see if when they go back to another cross examination because I know they're gonna go back to our lawyers again, and then they're gonna give him. No, I think they're gonna. I don't think they done with the prosecutor yet.
Prove either first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer or first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement
It's not
officer.
premeditated.
The same rule applies to the lesser included offense of first-degree premeditated murder and first-degree felony murder.
Oh, you fucking bitch ass YouTube. Oh, it's not YouTube. Fuck.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna get off here and let you get to what you gotta get to, man. But I'm gonna keep my eyes on it though.
Hell yeah.
And if I find out more about Y2 Kenyon though, I'll let you know.
Okay, bet.
All right.
Hell yeah. Salute.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm about to have to go because I'm running late. I probably should have already left, to be real. That's crazy though. That Y2 got kicked out. I guess I don't know. I guess it ain't just me. Like, it's just fucking froze. But see, like, well, I'm trying. Yeah, I forgot they're Eastern time because they said something about yeah. So court's gonna start. Really, court is gonna start back at 4. I mean, well, 3 Central time, 4 Eastern time. Because I remember he said for basically like the attorneys and shit to be back at 3, and then of course Ozone, and then jury be back at 4 because they was taking a 2-hour lunch. Damn, he commented like literally like commented something on the live feed and pissed him off, and they just said, "Hey, you gotta go." That's fucked up. If that unless you're saying he said it out loud, but if he just like, I'm gonna keep it real. I don't know if I will be back live. Just because like, I don't know. I just got a few. I mean, I got on here early. Been on here for 4 hours, so I mean, I definitely, will be watching. But they should give him a second chance because he gave that juror a second chance, and that juror did what they weren't supposed to do, and they spoke about court outside of court or amongst each other or some shit. They basically did what they weren't supposed to do, and he found out about it and gave him a warning. So I don't know. He could have said, delete the comment, don't do it again. I don't know. It must have been a crazy comment. But yeah, I love y'all.
Did you think you sent that, or me or Mr. Urbanik? I think. I'm just gonna send you a copy.
Yeah, if I come back live, y'all, y'all can hop on, but I can't promise that I will. Because I got a lot of training to do too with my daughter. She's at that age now where it's pretty much not yet, but we're training to, like, as soon as our next basketball season starts, it's gonna be like all out basketball, pretty much for the rest of her life. Throughout, throughout junior high, high school, that's what I'm getting her ready for. It's just that time, and she knows it's time. So, but I mean, I ain't about to spend all fucking day training her. I got other shit to do. But yeah, like, I been doing a lot for the community. I know I really haven't told y'all, but I'm gonna just put it out there. I'm gonna just put it out there because I believe I will. And if I don't get it right now, I will eventually. But meaning I will for her grade. But I'm about to be a school coach. I wasn't gonna say it until it happened, but it's gonna happen. It's just I'm not sure if I can start coaching my daughter's grade yet, you know. Um, but I for sure can coach, for the school. But I'm wanting to be able to, like, I'm cool with coaching multiple grades as long as I can be her coach every year, you know. But doing that, they're gonna have to if I did that, they'll have to find a coach every year. It's gonna be like being a teacher, right? Yeah, it's like a big thing for me because you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just something I never thought I would do. I'm a coach, but I never thought I would be a coach for a school and get paid for it. so it's kind of so yeah. I love y'all. Y'all pray for Ozone. Um and yeah. Um yeah, I definitely, I'm all about helping out the youth, um and just being involved in the school. I feel like I can make even more of an impact because I was already involved with them outside of school. But if I'm being able to be involved with the youth in school and outside of school, I already know I'm gonna be a fucking major help because I know what to look for, especially with the younger boys. The girls. Of course, I'm not a woman, so but I know what to look for as far as behavior, and I can correct that behavior, and even if I have to run the fuck out of them for punishment, whatever it is. But um, I'm excited. I'm excited. I really wasn't gonna tell y'all, but I got the email that basically let me know, like, yeah, I'm accepted. Of course, they had to do. I was waiting on background checks and shit, because I had went to a meeting when the school started, and basically, they mentioned they needed some coaches. I said, what? I said, oh shit. So I thought about it. I'm like, because I mean, it's some extra shit I'd have to find, and I'm like, I can do it, but I gotta make money too. So I don't, and they're like, oh no, it's full time pretty much, and I'm like, oh shit, So um, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I'll keep you informed on it. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know exactly what types of shit they're gonna have me doing. Because I know I'm not gonna be a fucking coach all day long. You know, uh, but it'll be every day. So that's different. That'll be different for me. So yeah, y'all definitely pray on that too. That not only did I get the job, that I do well at it, because I mean, I don't know. Um, yeah, I can keep going, keep going, keep going with that. Move on up, and maybe one day help out with a college team. I don't know. I'm definitely, when my daughters and son is in high school, I'm gonna jump in there somehow, be some type of assistant or something. You know. So yeah, I love y'all. Salute. I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna be late. This motherfucking traffic is crazy. Memphis schools is crazy. Crazy. But yeah, I'm out this motherfucker.